Yeah. All right. We're going live. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is June 6th, 2024. This is the 8th weekly Dum-Dum celebration. We congregate here every Thursday night to honor the great apes who celebrate a victory, a conquest. They pound on things. It's their Dum-Dum celebration. And today is a special day because it is, hold on a second. Yeah, yeah, we're live. All right, yeah, right. 80 years ago this morning, D-Day happened in the beaches of Normandy, France. So 80 years ago, some of you were there. How about that? So let's see. I am one of us says hello. The link is here in the chat. Some people claimed they were coming on tonight. If they don't come on, well then we won't hear from them. But that's okay. We've got plenty of stuff to show. Let me go get some stuff to show since no one's coming on now. Okay, we were a little bit late. That's all right. It's perfectly all right. You can deal with it. 10 people watching. How about that? Okay. Yeah, there aren't many people left that were there at the beaches of Normandy. You would, 80 years ago, let's say that you didn't lie about your age and were 18 and you went straight somehow to the beaches of Normandy in 1944, well, then you would be 98. But, I would think that the average guy that was there, that survived, and is still surviving today would probably be around 100. There were a handful today, the beaches of Normandy. Biden gave a speech. He started criticizing Trump supporters, and then something happened that caused his wife to have to take him away. And then the president of France literally ran up there to shake the hands of the veterans. But Biden wasn't able to do that because of something that could have happened. That I'll let you speculate what that is, but some emergency. So, um, How about that? How many were any of you there? I imagine odds are at least one or two of you, 10 people that are watching, are probably veterans of World War II. Very likely. Well, that's great. So um, I'm filing some Golden Age comics into these Golden Age boxes. So here is Super Comics from 1947. This is almost 80 years old. And let me get you in the light a little better. Yes, indeed. Looks like we have a guest popping in down there at the bottom. So, how about that? So I'm going to file this in the box and I'll see who this mystery guest is. It could be anyone. Who do you think it is? I'll let you guess in the comments section. Super Comics. Oh my goodness. Look at this 1945 cover. How about that? All right. Let's see who this is. Why, it's Gotham City Comics. What's going on in Mesa, Arizona? Trump was there in Arizona just a little bit ago. I was watching him speak. Was that
I'm
near
waiting for
you?
it to get here.
Is he going to visit your store?
It's supposed to, yeah.
That would be great if he wore your new Gotham City Comics t-shirt when he has his rally in Las Vegas on Sunday, I think it is. Oop, another guest is coming in. Why, it's Meyer Greenblatt. Hello there.
Hey, I hardly recognize my country anymore.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean. Oh my gosh, where's all that music coming from that's going to get me copyright strikes? Let's see.
Arcade.
My wife says hello. I need a new background. That is very annoying to even tell what it is.
The dang arcade is. People are in the arcade.
What is that now?
People are playing in the arcade.
Oh, you have an arcade set up now? Or are you joshing me?
Yeah, let's look. Let's look at the arcade.
Oh, wow.
I give you
Very good.
full.
I like that change machine. That's really cool.
Oh, these are tiny, minuscule, microscopic arcade machines.
Does
You were
anybody
telling
need
us
some?
about this about 6 months ago. So did these just finally come in? Yeah.
You need a quarter? You need some quarters? Hold
Are
on.
these to scale with GI Joes? My wife is upstairs working. She must be on a break. She says, "Hi, Gratu, Meyer, Kevin, Paulo. I am one of us, and everyone else."
I
So
don't
let's
know.
keep walking.
Are
Let's keep
those
walking.
1/6 or 1/12?
Hey, quiet down up over there.
Hey, holy smoke! You got all these, or is this on the TV set?
Hey, kid, get over here. Quit sticking gum in there.
Yeah, just
Hey,
like
get
the
that
old
coffee off
days.
there. Sir, get your coffee off there. Hey, no smoking in here.
So, what works with these old style GI Joes? What's
Yeah,
the scale with them?
yeah, it is. It's the scale of a 12-inch GI Joe because that's a large Jeff Bridges Big Lebowski figure, 12-inch figure.
So this could be like the Officers Club, possibly for GI Joe. Did,
Yeah, I
did they
really
have
like it.
arcades and officers clubs? I don't know.
Probably some, like not really. Maybe the arcade is in the the wreck, like at the hacienda or the roadhouse
Yeah.
or the bowling alley. The Octopus Club is a restaurant and a discotheque and a cocktail lounge.
Oh, it's a Zoltan. I'm just now understanding what that is. Or Zoltar, or whatever his name is. Oh, but Dr. Five says hello.
It's better than the grandest intention. Take it from me.
Wow, look
Yeah,
at the DMA
Donald
on
Trump's
that.
going to enjoy visiting your store.
Yeah, I've been spending all day getting it ready for him.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Where did he speak? Was it near your town?
I think it was a church.
A church there locally?
Yeah, I think next door.
I wish I
Funny,
had a
he was here today too.
1/32 scale model of the Firefly.
He was here also. That's funny that he's in both places today.
He's everywhere. I hear they've been cloning him so that you can appear in every city at once.
God, I hope so. That would be great.
Okay, there can't be any comic store on the planet Earth that matches this store. I'm seriously, I can't imagine it.
I forgot we were supposed to. What are we supposed to do when we start the show?
Smash a slab?
Are we calling it Smash That Slab, or are we going to call it Release That Book?
What do you think, Meyer? What's the best way to?
I don't know.
Great Legend says, "Good
Smash
evening,
That
Sir
Slab
Draw
sounds
2
good.
in the chat. Greta, Dr. Fives, Meyer, Kevin, and all gang. Keister says, fantastic comic store. My wife says, this store is getting better around the clock. Great Legend says, Paulo, I see you too. Hello, Legend. Oh my gosh, everyone's saying hello. Great Legend says, no, smash the slab. I don't know if he's talking like the Hulk and saying, no, don't do it, or no, smash the slab is the best name. I can't understand internet speak.
I'm going to call it Release the Book because I'm not going to really smash it. I'm just going to
Oh,
use
okay,
it.
that's true. Oh, that's a great one. Dr. Five says he likes smash that slab. Well, you can imagine that in his mind, but he's not technically smashing it.
I'm going to use
Uh,
my bare hands.
um,
Hold on, I need to
now,
hold this
now,
here.
Night Tiger smashes them where there's shattered pieces of plastic everywhere. Eric Breen says hello. I guess that's some inside joke from the Geeky Puppet Show, the long hello. Okay,
Hold on, are you still there?
I'm still here.
I dropped the phone. All right, let's see if I can do this without any tools.
What's the grade on it by?
Oh, yeah, should we look at it first?
I'm just curious. Oh, 8.0. Okay.
Look, I got a restored grade.
Oh, did you? What's wrong? What did they do to it?
What is restoration includes a small amount of color touch on cover.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So someone got a little marker and. Okay.
Maybe they colored in the spine tick down here.
Yeah. Big, hairy deal. Is
Well, I'll
that
tell you.
something that will be for sale once it's out, or will it go into your collection at home?
Well, I'm collecting this run.
Okay.
This book's older than me, and it has a better spine than me.
Well, it's not older than me. I was a little kid when it came out, but um, if you ever get another copy of that, that's one I don't have.
This was earlier before they changed the font.
Yeah, yeah. That was is that a 15-cent one?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's when they first started doing horror.
Neil Adams cover.
Yeah, yeah, clearly you can tell that's Neil Adams immediately.
Springer Spaniel. Is that a Springer Spaniel on the cover there?
Great Legend says, have bought slabs just to crack. I have to let Weird Western books breathe. Haven't smashed lately, though. I use a flathead and pop the post.
Yeah.
You want to come on
You don't
live,
need,
Great Legend, and smash one? That would be great.
you don't need
Maybe
a
you could smash
screwdriver.
things all night. Great Legend says, hey, Eric Breen, great seeing you tonight. How do you see him? You guys are or maybe remote viewing, like on Art Bell. Yeah.
You got to use both hands.
You guys are all welcome to come on. Eric, Great Legend. I mean, I have the link in the chat.
Oh, nice Hot Wheel ad in the back.
Okay, just separate it with your fingers.
Did you have a good sales today?
Well, I I did a little bit ago. Oh, that's cracked. Look at that, cracked it bad right there.
Oh, that's terrible.
We need to release this book.
Yeah. I guess that's from about 1969. That would have been at the dawn of my awareness of comic books existing. I would
That
have
one
been
didn't break
about
as
age
easy.
4.
It didn't break as easy as they usually do.
Yeah.
I still did it bare hands.
Okay, so it's still in a plastic sleeve that's tricky to get out.
Let me just get out the trusty scissors. Don't use scissors you don't trust.
Yeah, or razor blades.
No, because that can slip.
Yeah.
You get out a scissors that you've been using for 10 years.
Or a Conan sword like Higgy Pop likes to use to open things. He doesn't do it on stuff like this, but let's see what is going on here. Eric Breen says, howdy, Great Legend. You guys need to come on, man. What's going on with you guys? Come on. I wish John Goris would come back on because I was just about to see his Batman sketchbook and my phone ran out of power. And oh, well.
I
Great
missed.
Legend says, love the Cocker Spaniel cover. You missed what? Sorry?
I was gonna say I missed your intro to this video.
Oh, it wasn't anything interesting. I was just pretending to talk on the phone. Same thing I've done hundreds of times.
Okay, we got the book out. I kind of want to go get a black light so we can see this color touch better.
Do you have a black light handy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting. Um, I
Okay,
don't
let's
see
go.
any. I
You
don't
don't
think
see
it's that
anything wrong with this,
obnoxious.
huh?
It could be there. It looks like there's a fold on the
Hey,
bottom
thanks.
right that might have been colored in.
This over here.
Yeah, I think that was colored in. Do you think?
Usually when they color with markers, it'll bleed through. So I look over here
You could use
for
a
any.
matte pencil or colored pencil.
There's no color bleed on this.
Yeah, that looks like it's in really nice shape.
Give me a second. Go to you real quick.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm filing this copy of Toy Town into a Golden Age box. This came from Night Tiger is a gift, I don't know, 6 months ago, maybe a little long. This is how Night Tiger does it. Everybody, except me, I need to start, writes on the back of the cardboard. Do you do that, Meyer?
I do not. I don't do that.
Some people write how much they paid for it. Says there's L.B. Cole interior art. It's number 7, May 1947. Some people do it so they can show off on YouTube and act like they know instantly what month and year it came from. And some people may do it not to be morbid, but in case they pass away, the family will know what the thing is and can look it up and realize that this thing has some value, you know. So especially if you write how much you paid for it or what it's worth, whatever. Anyway, so it's almost as old as D-Day. Let's see. This is 77 years old instead of 80. So, Toy Town. Tom and Jerry. Here's a Tom Mix comic. Charlton 66 was showing Tom Mix last night. Tom, terrific. Okay, I'll show the books as we get closer to where I'm going to file this in. Tom, terrific. This book at Duncanville Comics, they must have had 3 or 4 copies, all in low grade condition, but it was interesting that they had so many of this particular issue. It's Tom Tom and Itchy the Monk.
Yeah, I've
It's
never
a
seen it.
special Christmas issue. Here's those of you that speak Spanish out there will get a laugh from this because for those of you that don't know, tonto means stupid in Spanish. And so when they see this, they just figure it's a humor magazine like mad. Because nobody knows who Tonto is anymore, except old people like us. I guarantee you that if you ask someone who Tonto is that's under 25, they will not know. Okay.
That's a very early Tonto appearance in Dell Comics. That's a Dell 4 color. It's probably Tonto number 3 or 4.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know where I got it. Probably Duncanville Comics. Here's a beat to all heck Turok. It would be with my other gold key Dell, but either the backing board is too wide or the comic's too wide. It won't fit. Okay. All right. Well, there's Tonto. Shoot. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Top Cat Toy Town would be before Turok. All right. Now we've got a file Mighty Mouse. Really does sound like we're tuned into an arcade. Okay, I love Terry Tunes, and on YouTube you can find playlists with hundreds of videos of Terry Tunes going back pretty much almost to the silent movie era. So Terry Tunes are a lot of fun. Farmer Alfalfa, all the stuff. They haven't played Farmer Alfalfa, Terry Tunes on TV since probably the 50s. Mighty Mouse, will it fit? Well, no, that won't be in
I
this
remember
box.
correctly. Now, I may be incorrect, but I believe Terry Tunes was an East Coast operation, which was, because of the time, it made sense because there was a lot of television media being created in New York City. Terry Tunes came out of the same place where Rob and Laura Petrie lived. It was a little town in upper state New York. What was the name of the Dick Van Dyke Show town? What is it called? New Rochelle. So Terry Tunes' studio was in New Rochelle, New York, which was an upstate, was like a suburb of New York City, I suppose, at the time. You could take the train.
Is that named after a New Rochelle in France?
Probably it is. Probably
Yeah,
would make
because I
sense.
think my family, before I was born, my dad was stationed in New Rochelle, France, and that's tying in with what today is. My father was an advisor on the set of The Longest Day, the John Wayne movie about the about what happened 80 years ago on June 6, 1944.
Yes.
And so, he was assigned that as part of his duties in the Army. And yeah, he told me he was not. I've told this story before. He went to I guess the rap party, and he was not really thrilled because there were topless women running around. It was like a Hollywood debauchery. Um, okay, man, what's going on? There are people in the chat actually talking. Justin says, I'm going to start writing on the backing board so I don't have to squint on some of these covers. Yeah, especially the ones with purple covers. It's hard to read the numbers. Great Legend Show says, haha, Tonto, love it. Man, Great Legend, do you go to Duncanville Books in Duncanville, man? If you don't, it's not as good as Gotham City, but as far as back issue selection, well, it's really a different kind of animal. Yeah, it's as good as Gotham City as far as comic book selection, but they don't have all the monster stuff. So that's okay. Great Legends Show says my grandpa's favorite Western was Lone Ranger. He used to say Kimasabi. My wife says, I don't know what's up with you today, Grotz, but you look psychotically delicious. That's what Lucky Charms were, psychotically delicious, right?
They were.
Frosted Lucky Charms, they're psychotically delicious. I don't know, I thought I looked pretty bad with all these dark rings under my eyes, but I've had those for years, I think. I'm probably allergic to living on the planet Earth.
Oh, you
That's
did?
a compliment. That's a great compliment. No one ever called me psychotically delicious.
I don't know what's wrong with her. Okay, so
It's an actual.
we're gonna file a gun hawk.
There's a whole video right there. That's a whole art. That's this guy's.
I'm pretty sure I got both of these from Gotham City Comics.
They even make a stick.
Cool, man.
Smoke machine.
Man, somebody tell me who this artist is, because whoever this artist is fantastic. Somebody's gonna immediately know, or you'll look it up on mycomicshop.com. This is a really bad condition. Witness the spine there of Ghost Rider. The logo is amazing. It's not trade dress, just so trade dress is a word they started using a few years ago. Trade dress is like this, that. This is part of the trade dress. Basically, if I showed you this can of Coca-Cola, if I held this up on the other side of a football field, you would know it's Coca-Cola because the red can, the cursive, you could spot it from a long distance. So even if it's written this way, which is Russian, you still know it's Coca-Cola. The trade dress is the cursive, and the bottle shape is part of the trade dress. It's what makes the product distinctive looking. And at some point, because they started doing all these covers without logos, people think that's the trade dress. But if they want to believe that, they can. I know this because I studied advertising, and I've never heard anyone use trade dress. That's some industry term that is not, but I guess it's used in previews, so everyone loves it now. Okay, what's going on? Or Rice Krispie Snap, Crackle, Pop, Kill. Okay. Oh my gosh. The Great Legend Show says, I've only gone once to Duncanville Books. It was pre-COVID. I need to go back. Yes, you need to go back because yes, you need to go back like weekly. Great Legend Show. It's huge in there. Tons of back issues, figures. Next time I go Surgrai 2, I will try to get footage. Rice Krispies told me to kill you. She's gone insane, clearly. Um, the thing about Duncanville books, you can get in the $2 bin and pull out Golden Age comics. You don't do that at most stores. Um, or go in the $2 bin and there'll be multiple copies of Joe Kubert Tarzan comics in the early 70s. And you can pick, okay, which one is in the best condition in the $2 bins. So it's a great store. It's hidden back behind, it's hidden where you really, it's almost like you have to know the secret way to get in there. It's almost like the Green Hornet, the billboard opens up, the two people kissing, and just it's almost like that. You have to go through some weird alley by the train tracks, and then there's a whole strip center back here that you can't see from the street that's hidden that faces the railroad track. And there's only one way in and one way out, and it's a giant store. It's been there since maybe the late 60s. But it has a new owner, that someone that grew up shopping there bought the store. It's amazing. I used to go there in the 80s and buy Silver Age Thor comics and Fantastic Four. And then I didn't go for decades. And then I came back and it was just phenomenal. But then I moved and now I can't go there anymore. My wife says, I'm not insane. You reminded me of a song. Okay. All right. Whatever. So no one's going to tell me who this artist is. I probably already know. It's just it's really nice. The artwork is really nice. Okay, Ghost Rider. All right. Okay, everybody else is indisposed.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
You want me to show a couple things? I just got a
Yes,
couple.
please. What you got?
I got a new action figure today. It's pretty cool.
All right.
Yeah, I like it because it looks just like the character from the comic books. Look at that Star-Lord.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah, that looks right out of the black and white magazine when he first kind of
Yeah, it
appeared.
really looks like John Byrne's art. It even has some John Byrne art on the box.
Okay, yeah.
But it's really nice. So this is one of those. This is the newest version of a Marvel Legend with no plastic packaging. You see that? It's all cardboard inside here,
Yeah.
paper. But this
I
is a
hear
really
they've
nice,
gone back to
really well
showing the figure
articulated. It
now.
has these butterfly joints right here, that really help with posing and everything. So you get dynamic posing, and it looks like the character. And this is what he should have looked like in the movie, instead of like what does he look like? Han Solo or a salesperson from Banana Republic or something?
Did he look like the way he looks in the movie for a while in the new comic?
I don't know. I don't really care, but maybe.
I mean, I did enjoy those movies, I have to admit. My wife says I must go back to my pod person job in 4 minutes.
Grab this
4-minute warning.
So remember when Kevin showed that Phantom of the Opera statue with the hand, and I said that I have something like it or the same one or something. So
I watched it. I want me to watch it.
Oh, wow.
It's a figure.
It's a figure?
Yeah. Not the actual detail.
Maybe that's the same one he has.
I'm not sure. Well, mine was really inexpensive when I bought it, which was a long time ago, like maybe 10 years ago. And when I bought it, mine is unpainted.
Oh, okay. Hey, Paulo.
What's up?
So I
Not
put
much.
a base coat on it, and that's all I did. Oh no, I did a little bit. It looks like I did the hair too. Hold on, let me see what I did. So I haven't pulled this out in 10 years. It
Oh,
was
yeah?
the back bedroom.
Oh, gosh.
So I didn't intend for it to be red, but I just decided to use red as a base coat so there would be an undertone of
Right.
whatever kind of pallid flesh that I was going to use.
Right. Yeah, that's what you do. You do a dark color and then you dry brush over it to get the pale, ghastly effect. And yeah, that will actually look fantastic. And then you can dry brush over the hair. Oh yeah, that's gonna look great. Right now, he looks like he's been in, like on the beach a little too long. Yeah, that's good. The other challenge is going to be painting the pupils of the eyes, but
Yeah, you're right. I bought that special gloss coat cover that
yeah,
you can paint over stuff to make it look like it's wet, just specifically just for this guy's mouth. I bought
Mod
that special
Podge.
gloss. I just haven't done it yet.
You're talking about Mod Podge?
No, it's a special type of paint coating that you would put over acrylic paint to make it look like it's slippery and wet all the time, even when it dries.
But that Mod Podge does that.
Oh well, this isn't Mod Podge. It's something else.
Yeah.
It's made by a paint company, like a model painting company,
Right.
Tamiya or something. But here, I think this is the same sculpture that he has, or something.
Yeah, we'll have to look. Maybe he got a painted version of it.
Yeah, he did. Definitely got a painted version. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the exact same one.
It sure looks like it.
It does. What is that? Oh, it plugs into the side. I see. Well, that would be a way to tell is if his see that plug right there, the hand goes right into there.
Oh,
And if his does the same, this is probably the same thing, same mold. And then I've been packing a lot of hold on, let me show you real quick. Let me show you real quick what's going on. Look.
oh yeah. Oh, look at that.
So of course I've been packing, and right now I'm working on comics, and there's just happens to be a random stack of comics on the table. So let's look at them really fast.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to do it fast, but yeah, let's look at them.
All right.
No rush.
This first one is Marvel Team Up Annual #1. Spider-Man and the X-Men. Really
I don't have that one.
I don't know, maybe a 5.0 or something. It looks really good.
Yeah. It does look good.
1976, and it's just classic teams. Look at that. Bill Mantlo and Sal Buscema and Mike Esposito. Could you want a better team for a comic in 1976? I mean,
Yeah. Or
that's a
no.
really good, solid group of 3 guys putting out
Yeah.
comic books. Oh, I think this is a double cover Marvel Triple Action. Give me a second.
Oh.
Yes. Okay, this is cool. So this is the only double cover comic I have in my collection. And when I bought it, the person who sold it to me, which happened to be mycomicshop.com, didn't know it was a double cover. It just arrived, and I just happened to be buying this issue. And it got here, and it's, look.
That's pretty good.
And it's probably a 6 or a 7. It's in the interior cover is like pristine.
Yeah.
So this is Marvel Triple Action #6 from October of '72. And it's just a great time. It's these 20 centers, and they're reprinting all this Avengers stuff that I had never read yet when I was a kid.
Right. I was doing an experiment the other day comparing Marvel Tales and a Spider-Man comic from the 60s to see if there was any editing, but I suspect there is editing in those books, but I'm not 100% sure.
I would suspect it as well. Here's number 14. These are early parts of my collection.
Yeah. My understanding is that the coloring on the 70s reprints was the way that Stan Lee wanted them to appear back in the 60s, but Marie Severin refused to listen to him. And since the comics were selling, he didn't push it. And then she would tell assistants to not listen to Stan Lee, to color it, in the darker way that she did it. And, she was, for those of you that don't know, Marie Severin was the colorist for EC Comics back 10, 15 years before. So, but anyway, at this point in the mid 70s, early to mid 70s, when these are being reprinted, they were, it's the same artwork, but colored far more brightly and garishly than they looked in the 60s.
Again, these were my exposure to these was that these were easy comics to find because where I was buying comics was a supermarket that was getting rated by older kids than I was at the time that understood how the distribution worked. They knew what day of the week to come and what time of the day to come. So often when I would go to buy comics, all the top titles would be sold out, all the best stuff. So I was relegated to reading reprint titles because this was still on the stands after like Spider-Man, Hulk, and Avengers were already sold already.
Right.
But this was all my earliest exposure to all of these characters and getting to know everybody's personalities. And I always liked Pietro, even though you were supposed to not like him, you like him, right? I always liked Quicksilver.
Yeah.
As well as, I always liked Hawkeye. I liked all of these people here. I mean, I don't know how much personality Wanda had at this point, but I liked the Cap, Hawkeye, and Quicksilver when I was reading these.
There was some personality. She kind of took the lead when in the issue where they fought the Commissar when they in Southeast Asia.
So I really loved these characters a little later in that Avenger origin storyline where we learn with the John Byrne art, where we learn all about Pietro and Wanda and that cow that raised them and the gypsies and everything. And I really loved that storyline. And she looks great on that cover. She's very voluptuous.
Yep.
But this was a great time, really fun. Mid 70s time.
There's something ironic about that era of the Cookie Quartet, which is usually recognized as the weakest team in terms of power. But the first true Avengers epic was during that run, which was when they teamed up with Kang on 23-24 because Kang was betrayed by one of his lieutenants.
Yeah, you're right.
I always loved King. I don't understand why some people have a problem with King. They say he's not powerful enough. I disagree. He's very willing to put up a fight. He is very methodical when he needs to. And the fact that he time travels, to me, makes him more interesting.
Yeah, Library 88, I was about to say Dick Ayers, but I didn't want to say it and make a fool of myself. But that was the name on the tip of my tongue.
Oh, Dick Ayers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
He did.
that makes
I guess
sense.
I just know him mostly from Sergeant Fury.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because he's a great artist. But
this is a cool. This is a vinyl bank that's really nice.
it is. That really is.
All right, so check this out. There's a wall of boxes here. They're like 6 high. Let's pull these two down. Since we walked by them, let's just grab these figures real quick. And I was going to show you check out the toy closet. Pretty much all completely boxed up and ready to be moved and loaded onto a truck.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh. You guys see my neighbor's yard? Really beautiful. Really nice flowers. Okay. All right, one more thing before you take the camera off me, since I did all this struggling to get back out here. I grabbed these two giant figures that came out also about 10 years ago or something. Really cool packaging. These are huge. Like, I don't know if these are like 18 or 20-inch tall figures.
Huh.
But it's a heavy cardboard, and there's really nice art on the boxes.
Yeah.
But then on the inside, what's cool, look at this figure. It's shaded.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's actually really good. I like this figure a lot. Let me see if I can pull it out without too much trouble.
And John Goris, I'm so sorry about yesterday. I really hope that you could come on and show us the Batman sketchbook. I guarantee you that I haven't plugged. Actually, I'm not plugged in. I need to go. But even if I did lose all my power, you'd still have Myron and Paula to talk to. But I better go get the charger so I don't have that problem I had last night where I left him on without. Yeah. Yeah.
So this is really
Oh,
cool. It's giant.
yeah. I didn't even know that existed. Is that a limited thing? What?
I don't know. I don't know how much they made them. It wasn't expensive.
Okay.
It's not a pricey thing or anything.
But it wasn't something at Toys R Us. It must have been from.
Real quick.
Oh, look at that.
And like I said, the boxes are really nice. They're really part of. I like, if I can, I like the box to be a possible part of the display. And then also, because my collection is so large, I like to be able to have someplace nice to store the toys back inside of when I'm done displaying them. Because my collection's so big, I have to have a rotation going.
Yeah, a lot of.
You do. I don't have 7,000 rooms, so I don't have enough room to display everything.
Well, a lot of these, a lot of toys today, you have to destroy the packaging to get it out, so you don't have anything left afterwards.
Yeah, that's my least favorite thing. I like a toy to have. I like the company to have the forethought with the collector in mind, right?
John is back. I'm sorry, John. Last night, man.
Hey, John is back.
Hey, what's up,
You were about ready to kill somebody, man.
Oh, really? Really?
Hey, John, if you could hold on a second. Paulo what time is it for you in Portugal? Like 3 a.m?
It's only 1:30.
1:30.
Only 1:30.
Let's let Paulo. Do you have your slideshow ready?
Yes, let me just select it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's let him do his thing, and then we'll get back to you, John.
Yeah.
Because 1:30 at night is pretty late to me.
Kind of on the night.
Yeah. It turns out that idea you had, I couldn't do all of them, but I did find some covers that were sort of changed.
The great thing about Alzheimer's is I've already forgotten the idea I gave you, so now it'll be a surprise. I don't know why people complain about Alzheimer's. It's great. Nothing but surprises.
Okay, it's ready to go.
Okay, let me look down there. I don't see anything. Oh, yes, I do. Okay. Add to stage. Okay. All right.
Right. So I went for some of Marvel's Lug comics in France, and this is one of their anthologies, Titans. And I picked a bunch of Jean Frisano covers, which are usually kind of look a lot like the originals, but sometimes they don't. So this is the original for Titans number 4, which has Doc Savage number 1 inside it. So this was the original cover, but they decided to do something here where they show the whole team. This one has Champions #1 inside it. It's missing Ghost Rider. And the reason will become apparent the next time I show the Champions. The Guardians of the Galaxy. It's actually very close to the original one. Because it's a great cover in this case. The reason that they had to have these new covers was because the law required some original editorial content made in France in every children's publication. So without a French-made story, they would usually go for have to do a cover, which is because there was also a page of editorial inside, and now you had something made in France. This one has Skull the Slayer, and it's actually a pretty good cover because the original is just this. Now this one is good, but this one explains the story a lot better. Here's an Iron Fist. Here's the original Marvel premiere. See, Fresano, he used as many elements as possible to do his cover, like the girls in the same position, the ball players at the back, but Fresano chose to have Iron Fist attacking instead of being defeated. Here's a cover of the story inside. This represents the cover to Captain Marvel #50. And it's much cleaner than the original because this one has all of the Avengers trying to fight the Super Adeptoid, and Fresano chose to just show a couple of characters. It was also a chance for him to draw Captain America because Lug did not have the rights to publish Captain America. That usually Cap, Conan, and a few other characters were with a different French publisher called Aredi Artima, and so they had to share. But you could have Captain America stories that featured Captain America, but not stories from the U.S. Captain America title.
They gave him a lot more stripes on his abdomen.
Yeah. But sometimes that's artistic license. It happens in the U.S. as well. And here it is, another Champions cover. This is the one with Swarm.
That's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's really cool to see a painted version of something you're so used to.
Yeah, but
They're
notice
both beautiful.
Here Ghost Rider. Here we have Johnny Blaze, and it's the same reason why they couldn't use Ghost Rider on the previous cover. It was part of they didn't allow horror elements on children's publications.
Okay.
So
also, just logically, if he had the flaming skull head, he'd be setting her hair on fire at this point, burning her face half off.
Yeah. Also, fewer bees, and Swarm is much further.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Fresano did not use for shortening to display action. In that regard, it was much more realistic.
It's beautiful. Either way, it's beautiful.
This is a Star Wars cover. It's kind of generic. The original is this one.
I love that issue. That number 11, one of my favorites that I bought off the stand. I love this one. That cover's great. Yeah. I love these, Paulo. These are all awesome. Thanks for showing all.
Yeah. They have been putting Star Wars in the comic for a while, but they hadn't done any cover yet. So this is the first cover, which is why they decided to go with something more generic. This one's Invaders number 1, yeah. Although the story inside is for number 3.
Neat.
Yeah, I think cool. the figures for the characters there are better in the French edition.
Wow.
Because this one's too busy.
No, it's wonderful, but they're both wonderful.
Yeah.
Just in different
this one's
ways.
practically this one is practically identical to the US version, with Captain Marvel. A little less spectacular, maybe.
Yeah. He looks
So
like
don't-
he's
a
almost
lot of
being killed
fans
in
are
that
about
one.
that off the stands
Yeah.
as well.
Mhm.
I loved this
Wow.
period, even though it's like maybe not that great. I thought it was great. Pat Broderick, right?
Mhm. Yeah. He had an interesting style of drawing Captain Marvel.
This is about 8th grade, right, Gratu?
35-cent comics. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the Machine Man.
Yeah.
That looks
Yeah,
great.
of course. Yeah, of course.
Wow,
Kirby
that's
much
neat.
more spectacular, but it does look good.
That's neat.
And he has Army Man instead of police.
Yeah. Well, it's they're both great. It's just he's more prominent, and the Kirby has him more front and center. But
Of course.
wow.
Here's one with Dazzler, and this is the original.
Hmm.
So I kind of prefer this one here. And they show the Blue Shield a lot more. The Blue Shield was a supporting character in Dazzler. He never had his own comic.
Yeah. Huh. Oh, they're both great. Well, look at this.
There's a Star Wars, another Star Wars, and there's a version of this one. But I think I like this one. It would have worked well as a paperback cover if they wanted to as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an artist that's emulating the style of Carmine Infantino,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
right?
Yep. Although I think at this time Simonson was doing the covers of the U.S. editions. No. Okay, here's a New Mutants.
Oh.
Oh, I think I like the French version better.
Yeah. Although they took out Wolfsbane.
Yeah.
Carmel.
That is better. The green. I like the green better.
Mm-hmm. And here's an issue of Dazzler co-starring Power Man and Iron Fist.
It's interesting to see Marvel with kind of like gold key kind of covers, and they're painted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like a whole nother alternate world.
This one reminds me of a Marvel magazine cover. That's what this looks like to me.
Yeah.
This would have worked. It's almost like Earl Norham.
Yeah, that's where you saw the Marvel characters painted. You're exactly right, is on the magazine covers.
But since the magazines didn't have superheroes, you usually didn't see them.
Yeah,
Yeah, sometimes they did, but
like
yeah,
a
usually
Deadly
not.
Hands or is it Deadly Hands of Kung Fu? Is that the magazine?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here's another New Mutants. This is that issue with a Viper and the Silver Samurai, where Team America were the guests. This was the original cover, and they decided to play off the Team America aspect with the motorcycle action inside.
It's weird
Is that a scene from the inside of the book?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't read this. I didn't read this.
It's weird that it's a Marvel title, but with a title Titans that we associate with DC. That's
the title started in the mid 70s, which at the time the Teen Titans were not that famous,
right,
and they didn't have their own comic in France. So
okay,
the name Titans is kind of epic enough. So
yeah, mythological, right?
Mm-hmm. Here's another Star Wars. I love this cover because I wanted to make sure I got the right one because they didn't have reprinted information for this one, but I kind of knew it was this one.
Yeah, it's weird. It almost looks like I'm looking at a tiny screen right now on my phone. It almost looked like a Tomb of Dracula thing with the Billy D. Williams cape going in the back.
Yeah, because it's Tom Palmer.
This is great composition, though. Okay, I mean that's nice, but the composition on this cover is amazing with Han in the carbonite in the background. It's in the triangulation of the three characters.
Mm. And here they just went for movement.
But the colors are great, and it's nice to see it's nice to see what's his name, Billy D. Williams there. I put the Lando Calrissian.
How many years did this comic run?
Until the 1990s. Although by that time, Luke had lost the rights to Marvel, and they were publishing Wildstorm.
I've got a couple of issues of Titans. I don't know how I got them. Maybe from my older brother when he was in Europe in the army. I don't know.
Here's another New Mutants. This is they Fresano decided to use the splash page for the cover instead of the actual cover.
Now, are they supposed to? Why are they so small in proportion?
That was an astral projection.
Okay.
This is part of the Asgardian Wars. This is actually this one. But by this time, I guess they understood that their fans were a little more savvy. So they're advertising the fact that X-Men are drawn by Art Adams, which a few years before they wouldn't have bothered.
Yeah.
And a West Coast Avengers cover.
Now, in one issue of Titans, did they have how many different comics did they print, or did they print portions of comics?
This one they printed the full story. Usually they had 4 stories inside, so which fit in inside a 100-page comic pretty neatly.
So it'd be like 4 American comic books
Yep.
are in one issue of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and not edited at all.
I would have to notice. I would have to see inside one because I've never actually seen one. It is possible that there are some changes here and there. If you changes to dialogue to make it a little bit tightened. For example, in the Brazilian comics, the translator would remove references to stories that they didn't publish. Or he tried to make sure that the character spoke the same way in every no matter what story he was in, because sometimes they were a little different based on the writer.
Yeah.
And sometimes they would cut a page out usually for room, because they didn't have room for the whole story. The one thing that they usually did, if the Brazilians ran 2 stories for the same character back to back, they would cut off the recap pages because they weren't needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I went with 20 covers for comparison.
In the British reprints of Marvel Comics, they would take one issue and serialize it over 4 issues, so you'd only have a few pages of one.
Yeah, so 2 to 4 depends on how many issues how many pages they were going to give to the main character and how many characters they were going to have inside, and also if the magazine that they were publishing it in was weekly or monthly.
Weekly, that's what I was going to say. That I think they were weekly comics, so over the span of 4 weeks, you'd have a full issue like you would in the United States. Okay.
Like with Doc Savage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there were a bunch of movies with Doc Savage, right? I mean,
just one.
Just one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Doc Savage was known from the pulp magazines, and a bunch of his stories are in paperbacks. Usually 2 stories in one paperback.
Mm-hmm. That movie was from the late 60s, was it?
No, it was from about 75, early 75. And and the only other movie that
you got a guy
with
hair to do it though, right? He wasn't like a bully. He wasn't like baldy like me. He wasn't like bald Doc Savage.
Well, no, but it
was the 70s.
Well, in the original pulps, he didn't have that skull. They kind of like a skull cap with the widow's peak. That if you look at the pulp covers, he just had blonde hair. That it was just like what it looked like in the movie. But in the '60s, when they started the paperbacks, they the books, the original magazine stories that were turned into paperback books, described him as having kind of a skull cap, like, so they made it literal on the covers of
And
and this is what meets.
he was like a crazy like eugenicist type or something. He was like into like
Yes. Yeah.
surgically like messing with criminals' brains so they weren't like criminals anymore and doing like real Clockwork Orange kind of stuff.
No, he didn't do that. The thing is, he was engineered by his parents to be smarter and stronger than anyone else, and
Like genetically engineered, like CRISPR stuff.
they didn't know genetics at the time, what genetics were at the time. So they went with the
Just old-fashioned breeding. Good breeding.
in the special diet and the exercise regime.
Yeah, it's like basically Batman. He didn't have superpowers, although he had kind of a sixth sense where he kind of like Spider-Man, right here, this little
Or Todd
stuff
Marinovich.
going on in his ears. But
If you know who Todd Marinovich, that's like what it was like. If Eric Breen is watching, he'll get that.
Because Doc Savage took out some stuff from Philip Wiley's Gladiator.
Like engineered quarterback.
Right. Well, Superman comes from Gladiator and Doc Savage and John Carter. There's a lot of John Carter people don't realize, because John Carter had a red cape like a lot of the Greek gods did, and he could jump really high because he's on another planet. And Superman originally didn't fly; he could just leap great distances, leap tall buildings in a single bound, and that's John Carter. He could leap over buildings on Mars, and there were a bunch of inspirations that those two teenagers used to come up with Superman. But there was just one Doc Savage movie. They wanted to make a series, but it just didn't. It wasn't the movie didn't go over well, and it was. Parts of the movie were really spot on, and parts of the movie went a little too far with the camp, and the camp days of the '60s had kind of passed, and it was just not. It would have been great if it had continued on, and maybe they had changed the tone just a little bit. The only other movie that's really based on Doc Savage, although it's not called Doc Savage, would be Buckaroo Banzai. That was basically a Doc Savage movie, but tweaked for the new wave '80s. But what are all these people saying here? Arnila also knows Doc Savage is 85 this year, originally from Midland, Texas, is Apex. Then Missing Mars says, Gratu Meyer, Mr. Goris, and Paulo, hello, men. I am. But I missed what you said. I don't know what people are even talking about. Charlton 66, he was not engineered. He was trained by the best of the best in all things since birth in 1900. So he's basically like Batman, yeah.
But I think they do mention his parents trying to make him a better specimen.
Yeah, by training him, educating him, all of that. But I don't think they were doing medical experiments on him like Mengele or something.
No, although
he didn't have much of a childhood.
Right.
Yeah. Man, I want to see.
He wasn't collecting comic books or frogs or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but the Doc Savage movie was overall it was cool. It just could have been better, but I'm glad it exists. I want to see your Batman sketchbook.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we see that? Let me go to you here.
Yeah, hopefully my lighting is good enough. I haven't really mastered the lighting thing on camera.
It looks pretty good, actually. It might be better at night than in the daytime. Oh, look at this.
Okay. So let me just start at the beginning. Let's see if this is. Yeah, I'll just hold it over my head. That seems to. And this is like I didn't use any reference on this. I was just kind of like pulling it out of my head.
That's fine.
I would have liked to make a who's the guy that is it Neil Adams, who was kind of like the classic Batman from the 70s, the one that you see in the like Scooby-Doo cartoons. That was the one that I kind of grew up with.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would have been the Hanna-Barbera version that was drawn by Alex Toth.
Okay.
But in the comics, he looked more like the Neil Adams version at that time period.
Right.
Yeah, this is great stuff, man. I wish you were drawing the actual DC comic instead of whoever draws it, because
it would be a good gig to have. I would just like have fun with it.
Yeah, because that's how comics are fun, when the people that make it are having. Look at that. That's great.
Dude, did I ever tell you that the story? The story, I was on Halloween one night. I was in New York City. I happened to be, and I was waiting for the parade because they do the big parade every year, and I wanted to see it. And I was waiting forever and ever for the stupid parade. I must have waited like an hour with all these people there, and at one point, like standing behind me, and it was so spooky because he didn't say a word, and he was there until I left, so he was there for a good like hour or so, and he was dressed up as Batman, but it wasn't like some stupid suit that you would like, it wasn't some stupid costume that you'd get from a just some store. It was like something that he made himself with like all the gear and like, the belt and everything. It was like homemade. And, people, I guess, thought he was, hustling for money or whatever, for like people take photos with him. And he wouldn't take any money from, tourists that wanted their photos with him. He would take the photos and he would oblige them. But it was so spooky because he was just like standing there, and I felt like guilty, sometimes when I was younger and there were like cops around, I would just feel guilty, even if I wasn't doing anything, even if I wasn't breaking any laws or anything. I would just feel like on edge, guilty, and that's how he made me feel.
Oh, that's great. What's going on? Is he's kicking someone's teeth out?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I'd like to make a more kind of like studied book, like actually like look at the old comics and kind of try to like, kind of copy them and then kind of break them down and deconstruct them and do everything like that with them. I mean, actually look at the old stuff.
Well, if you did that, I would want you to look like at Dick Sprang in the 1950s Batman. I think that would be really cool with your style.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. Maybe I am, but I just the name doesn't pop in the head.
Oh, well, just look him up. But that's great they're all great.
He was in the comics, or he was on TV, or what was his deal?
Well, Dick Sprang's style is, I guess the best way I could communicate it to you, it's in the Batman 60s TV show, the cartoon opening credits, the way he's shown in the cartoon credits is kind of the way he looked in the 1950s comics. And that's kind of what I'm driving at. This is great.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know.
You know what I like? I like the ones. I think they were from the 40s.
Yeah.
and it was Batman and Robin, and it was like a serial, like
Yeah.
in theaters.
Yeah.
And
I
it
would.
was fun because like Batman and Robin, when they would get in a fight with like 15 or whatever, 10, or sometimes even just like 5 bad guys, and they get in a fight, and like Batman and Robin were like oftentimes, more often than not, getting their asses kicked.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and it was like realistic in that way. And
Yeah.
it was, and it made them sympathetic and kind of like, what's the word? Chaotic? Is that the word?
Yeah, the fights in the old movie serials were very well choreographed and were a lot of fun. A lot of flying chairs and stuff. Yeah, this is all great. I almost don't want you to look at classic art because then it might filter out your own uniqueness. It's almost better for it to be pure your style. But if you
Yeah,
want
well,
to,
I mean, I feel like once I kind of like got this out of my system, then I could kind of go back and like, I mean, if I was going to, which I don't know if I'm going to or not. I mean, it's whatever. This is just kind of like when I don't know what else to do with myself, I just start another project, whatever it is.
I think that it would be best for you to be looking at 1940s and 50s Batman art, and then adding that to your style would be better than looking at Neil Adams or whatever the way he's drawn now. I think
Okay.
that getting the golden age influence mixed in with your vision would be the best way to go. But I don't know. What do you guys think? It's almost just perfect the way it is. Look at that.
Yeah, I should make one where he's like locked up, where he's behind bars. That would be good. In costume behind
Oh,
bars.
that's great. Oh, you know what would be fantastic, John? If
What's
you
that?
could recreate in your own vision the opening credits of the 1966 TV show where they're punching everybody and maybe use the original Batman theme song with the
That'd be
sound
fun.
effects and everything with
Yeah.
your style animation. What do you think of that idea? Is that too
No,
much
that's a
trouble?
good idea. That could be funny.
Um, this is great stuff, man. So what got you on the Batman kick? Doing the stickers for Kevin at
I
Gotham
think
City
so.
Comics?
Yeah. I was just yeah. I was thinking about the character a lot because I haven't seen the new movie. What was it, like the Batman or whatever it was with the Twilight guy, right? I mean,
Yeah,
I want to and I should.
I've
I
only seen
I had just seen the Lighthouse, you know, and I like the Lighthouse a
I've
lot.
only seen the first 10 minutes of that movie, but I got distracted and didn't get back to it, so I
Oh,
need to watch it.
it's a cool movie. I like the Lighthouse a lot. So that got me to
No, I'm
think.
talking about that new Batman movie with the guy from Twilight. I've only seen the first 10 minutes. I don't
Oh,
know the
okay,
Lighthouse. What's
all
the
right.
Lighthouse?
You saw the Lighthouse, right? Or you
I
didn't?
don't. I'm not sure. What is it?
Oh, okay. It's like this. It's this black and white movie. It's probably from like 2015, and it's got a William Dafoe and that guy. And it's Robert Eggers, and it's kind of like this spooky kind of sort of Lovecraftian thing, where these two guys, this young guy and the old lightkeeper. It's their like whole kind of like weird, creepy, sadomasochistic relationship, and it's got like these supernatural elements. It's a cool movie. I liked it, but that got me thinking. Oh, I should see this new Batman, and then I was making those stickers. And it just kept popping up, like the figure again and again, like I was at like a thrift store, like a consignment store, and it was like a wrapped up sheet of like the cards, the cards that came out when the original film, like the Michael Keaton film came out.
Yeah.
But it was like in a roll. So it was like 100 or 200 or however many cards there were. And it was, all rolled up. So I guess you could display it like a gigantic poster or something if you were so inclined. I almost got it. It was like $15. I was tempted to get it, but I was like, I don't need that. It's just stupid. But I was thinking recently, like, like if you took like any sort of point in America and drew kind of like a circle around it, a circumference, whether that was like a mile or 5 miles or 50 miles or whatever, I bet you, and I don't mean to sound sacrilegious or anything, but I bet you that there would be more images, more kind of artifacts of Batman than there would be of like Jesus. Right? I mean, right?
Well, you mean just in society in any given square block?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not in a church or something,
Um,
but I mean, just in general, on average.
yeah, well, that's what John Lennon was trying to say about the Beatles, and
Yeah.
they got him in trouble. Look at that. um, that's great, man. If you did a 5 or 6 or 7 minute animated Batman film, that would be so great. Uh, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't know. It would be fun, I suppose. Sure. I mean, I'd kill myself in the process, but it's
in the amount of time it takes you to do a sketchbook like this, you could be photographing images and doing it like Ghost Tank and
I'd kind of take a different approach. It's kind of like I've been doing animation for so long that I would have to like kind of like knock myself silly a bit in order to find a way to expedite the process of animation.
yeah.
And I don't know how exactly I would do that. I would have to figure that all out, before I kind of tackled.
And you need to have Robin in it too.
Robin, yeah.
The classic Robin.
Well, like Robin wouldn't be like a tranny or anything like that. No,
no, the classic Robin with the little spit curls and everything. Oh no, he's injured there. You never see Batman with a bloody nose, or do you? Maybe you do in the Neil Adams days. I don't think so, but that's something that they ought to do. It's like a boxer. Occasionally, he might get hit.
Well, didn't they show him like kind of like all scarred up in one of the recent ones? Like he has his shirt off, and they show his back, and it's all messed up. Like from like.
I'm trying to remember if I saw that in a comic book or in a movie, but there are. I know that I've seen that somewhere where he looks like he's been scourged and whipped, and has all these scars. I mean, I don't know how many times he's been shot in the shoulder, kind of like Dick Tracy. It seems like every couple of months he gets shot in the shoulder. Missing Mars says these Batman sketches animated would be super awesome. Great legend. Your Batman is beautiful. Would love to see you do Shazam, Superman, and Captain Marvel too. I can't call him Shazam. Great legend. So,
I don't really have that much of a personal like. I haven't really thought that much about Shazam or even Superman. I don't really think that much about Superman. Whereas like Batman kind of occupies like a space in my mind. like that guy on Halloween night in Manhattan those many years ago, like standing behind me in the suit, like that, like, yeah, that was spooky. Like if he was like dressed like a Superman, I'd just be like, whatever, Superman. But it's,
Charlton 66, that was an Alex Ross drawing with the scars. I think there was a bootleg Batman movie where he fought the Predator, maybe, and the Alien from Alien, and I think in that movie you see his scars on his back, and it was really good from about 15 years ago, early days of YouTube. Great Legend Show. I know I call him Shazam just because most people don't even know he's our original Captain Marvel. You don't have to do that here, not with us. I don't. These are so great. I don't know what it means. I love your drawing meat. What does that mean?
drawing meat.
I think maybe spelled correct. I don't know what that means. Oh my gosh. What is he pleading for his life there?
I don't know. I mean, I guess at some point he'd be pleading for his life, I suppose. Lots of people would want to kill him, and maybe do some things with him, kind of like out of character. Like what would be out of character for Batman to do?
Drinking a beer, maybe.
I could see him drinking a beer.
What would be out of character?
He's more of an aristocrat. I see him as more like a brandy guy or something. Something refined. Because I remember they made it like a big deal when James Bond. Because James Bond always has to have a drink or two during a movie, and they made like a big deal that he was drinking a beer, like from a bottle. Because usually, the usual thing is that he's a bit more refined. He's not going to be like with a brewski,
right? Man.
Or maybe even like just smoking a cigarette. That'd be funny.
Yeah, I know he used to be depicted smoking a pipe back in the.
Oh yeah,
that was 80 years ago. Literally 80 years ago. I'm starting to realize these characters are older than 80 years when you think of today's the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and Batman had already been around 6 years, so he's approaching 90.
Wow.
Charlie Clark says, what's different between Batman and Captain Marvel? Well, one has superpowers and one doesn't. And Dark Shadows, old Roger Collins drank him some brandy, says Great Legend. Yeah.
What I think I would do if I was to do like an animated thing with Batman. I mean, like seriously apply myself to it. I think I'd have to build like a build like a model figure that I could move around, and it would have to be something that I built.
You want to do stop motion animation instead of like drawing?
I don't know. Like stop motion has all its own headaches and everything. I mean, you really have to understand things like lighting. I mean, if you want it to look good, you really have to understand things like lighting and just a lot of like technical camera stuff.
Yeah.
What I would do is like I would have it as like a study thing, as like something that I could like, I could like shoot the thing as stop motion and then like rotoscope over it kind of thing. Which that sounds like twice as much work, and like it is. Like it would be. But when it comes to like drawing, I have a little bit more control over like what I do, just because I come from a drawing and painting background.
Mhm.
as opposed to like a sculpting background. You know,
Yeah.
like some people come from a sculpting, 3D background, and that works for them. He's breaking someone's arm in half there. I like that one. This one's fun.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And then, it bled through, so I just did two of them. And I think we're at the end here. That's the final one. He's just looking at himself, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't I haven't kept up with Batman in print probably since the Frank Miller days of the late 80s or whatever. So I don't know what they've been doing with the character. I know they've been doing some funny things with him. Get with that guy. What's his name? To everyone sort of loves to hate on him because
I don't know.
Tom King.
yeah, that's the one. I mean, I would be if I was to get on a whole kick where I was doing Batman animations and everything, I would be interested in reading those comics, just in terms of knowing what he's been up to or what they've allowed him to be up to. Just the way I'd want to see the recent film. And I mean, normally, regularly, I wouldn't be interested. I'm just not. I don't care that much. I have other things to do. But I mean, that's part of the fun of doing something that's kind of what would you call it? An established character is kind of going back into the history of and how the character has developed, matured, mutated over the years.
I think I would go back more than worry about what it's like today. I think that's the better way to go and mix the classic style with your style. I don't know. I don't know anything about what Batman is today. So I can't really speak to that, but
well, you saw all the Nolan films, right?
yeah, but I don't think that reflects what the comic book is doing.
Yeah,
those movies were a whole.
And that was a while ago too. That was he ended that 10 years ago. That finished.
Yeah, something like that, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, of the film stuff, what do you think was the best Batman? What actor do you think was best?
Well, I think the animated series was the best.
No, I know. Okay, but of the live action of the live action dramatizations on film.
Okay.
Since Keaton, we're not going all the way back to West.
Okay. Well, gee,
I'll say Keaton.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant not Keaton.
No, going back to Keaton. Yeah, start there.
Okay, well, yeah, probably. There were, I mean, were any of the versions. Some of them were terrible movies, but in any one of the versions, you could say something good about them. Even the worst of them, like George Clooney, that was just a terrible director telling him what to do. But could George Clooney have been a good Batman just facially? And as an actor, could he have pulled it off? Yeah, probably, but it was a god awful movie because the director was trying to make something stupid.
Wasn't Val Kilmer Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh boy, Val Kilmer.
Not very fun.
Yeah, no, I forgot about that. I think the American Psycho guy did a good job.
Yeah.
Um,
He played it like very straight,
yeah,
which I think that's the character, though. You know,
yeah,
he's like a
yeah.
super straight kind of like square guy, and he like dresses up in this like ridiculous costume, but that's his one sort of like, you know, tweaky like weird thing that he does. Otherwise, he's like a straight arrow.
It
You know?
seems like in those movies that you see him smile as Bruce Wayne. He's not just a tormented guy. If the way that Batman is portrayed now is he's always tortured and frowning, and
Yeah.
people say, "Well, that's the way he always was." Because look back in 1938, you know, but from at least 1940 until 1968, he was this smiling Robin Hood kind of guy with Robin, and he was smiling half the time while he was punching these people out. And yeah, he has his origins in tragedy, but so does Superman. He wasn't this tormented guy. The torment started in the 70s. And it wasn't even that bad in the 70s. It started to come in. It's a more recent thing. And it's just not pleasant to me. I like the smiling guy because to me it's kind of more interesting when someone's smiling while they're beating people half to death as opposed to grimacing because it's this guy's
Yeah,
having
because, well,
fun doing
in
it.
one way, you would think that he had, you know, he had stepped over it. Like any kind of like moral like squeamishness, he might have like been holding on to about what he was doing. You know, basically breaking the law by being a vigilante
Mhm.
and administering a certain amount of punishment. Now, I know he didn't kill people, right? Because that wasn't his thing.
Right. That's the new thing is they have Batman with machine gun. That started with Tim Burton with the machine guns mounted on the Batmobile, and it just because
Yeah, but
Tim Burton didn't understand the character. He was
stuff, they didn't show him murking people.
they didn't what?
They didn't show him murking people.
What's murking?
You know, deleting, ending.
Oh, you're not using the word because we're on.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You never know with YouTube.
Yes, they did actually in the second Batman movie, Batman. What was it? Returns with Catwoman and Penguin. Yeah, you should see him blowing people up, putting dynamite down their pants, and they blow up. Yeah, he kills people.
Oh
Right?
wow, I don't remember that. But
That was the beginning of the movie. Yeah, and you know, yeah, he kills a bunch of people in that.
and is he like having a good time when he's doing it? Is he smiling?
Uh,
Because
well,
if he's
Tim Burton
smiling,
doesn't
that he crosses over into like maniac territory.
Well,
You know?
Tim Burton lives in his own little world, and he's basically adapting a pulp character. The pulp heroes, like the Shadow and the Spider, and all these weird pulp heroes, they were, with the exception of Doc Savage, they were killing people left and right. They'd have a gun in each hand, and even Doc Savage, Charlton was mentioning in the chat earlier. Um, he didn't kill people, but once he captured the bad guys, he would bring them in and do brain surgery on them so they'd never commit crimes again and turn them into good citizens. So that's a little weird. We've got another guest. Who is this person? Oh, Gotham City must have gotten taken off. Let me get him back. Oop, that's the wrong. What did I just do? Okay, he's there. Okay, I gotta feed this dog real quick. So you guys entertain each other. The dog's gonna eat me if I don't do it.
Hey, my internet went down. Does the picture still look clear?
Yeah. We can't select your screen though with Grotto gone.
Oh,
So anything you show is going to be real small.
Speaking of dogs,
so yeah, my internet's completely down. It's not my connection either. It just says my internet's gone. So, I don't know. Somebody cut my internet cord or something.
I don't know. You're there. We hear you.
Well, I'm on 4G, I think. I'm on cellular.
Okay.
I'm going on cell signal right here.
Well,
No, but like in one of the recent Batman things, I think it was like Batman v Superman, the Snyder movie. They showed Batman being like a straight up womanizer. You know, like he's picked some like random chick up from somewhere, and he's got her in bed, and the next morning he's telling Alfred to get her in a car and get her home. He doesn't want to see her.
Didn't he pick her up as Bruce Wayne?
Yeah. I mean, you didn't pick her up as Batman.
Yeah.
That would be funny though, if he was using his like costume to pick up chicks. You know?
Did you take her to the Batcave?
Yeah, I mean, did he or would he or like I don't know.
I never saw the movie. I was just asking if he did.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think that he was revealing his inner life to her. You know, he wasn't. No, he's. Because I mean, if he was Batman, if he was picking her up as Batman and took her back to the Bat Cave, right? She couldn't know that he was Bruce Wayne. I mean,
Right.
he can't be telling some random chick, all his secrets. I mean, he's not dumb. But didn't Catwoman didn't Catwoman eventually like learn that like he was Bruce Wayne?
Yeah, it was in the.
It was like in the last of the Nolan films, right?
Kevin, is that a tweeter head? Is that tweeter head?
It's Diamond Select, but they only made 1966 of them.
How tall is that? Is she 11 or 12 inches tall?
Yeah,
1/6 scale?
yeah, she looks like 1/6. She could go in that arcade over there. You could put her in the arcade.
Let's see what you got here.
Is that for sale or is that something part of your collection?
I just got it. The guy just brought it in just now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's brand new too.
I really like that. That's cool.
Yeah, like
Does it
me.
have purple glitter on it?
Yeah,
It does have purple glitter.
yeah, it's
Is
really
that a
cool.
Todd McFarlane thing?
No, it's a statue. It's a
Oh, a
12-inch
statue.
statue of Batgirl from the Batman 66.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I really like that.
I like the change thing. That's cool.
Yeah, I like those machines as well.
Is that like a coin, like a piggy bank sort of thing?
So look at it's really cool. Let's flip it over. It's a power bank. Look at all the things you can plug in.
Oh, that's cool.
So right now the arcade is you can power your arcade with this.
Oh, I see.
So this arcade is running off of this right now.
And they come with a base with a carpet, so you put them all together and
Yeah, that's
Put
fun.
her right there.
Yeah, I was thinking it was just like a piggy bank. You just like put coins in until you needed coins.
It has little tokens that you can put in here to make it even look more authentic.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just got a collection of comics too.
oh yeah, oh no.
There was some pretty cool stuff in here. These I found in the back issues right here.
Oh neat.
I think I'm missing number 2. There's 3. There's 4. Missing 5. There's 6 and 7. I think it only went 7. Missing a couple of those. Here, this is I'll put the new stuff here.
This someone came in and sold these to you in this box.
Yeah, he found them. I mean, he was just a guy that just found these. He knew nothing about them.
Found him when he was burglarizing a house, or
No, he didn't look like that kind of a guy. He looked like a guy that was, I don't know. He looked like a pretty straight-laced guy, though.
yeah,
I thought it was all going to be Star Trek because I was on top.
yeah,
But it got actually better as it went to the bottom. Because look at this. It looks really bad at first.
yeah, yeah. It does.
A lot of people would have just turned it away right away. It's probably what
Yeah.
happened. It's actually probably what happened. I'm sure I wasn't this first thought.
Oh, a giveaway from Carl's Jr. for Superman 3. Weird.
This was, and then I got a little hope when I saw this.
Ooh.
But it was all beat up, so I was like, crap, all the good stuff's going to be beat up.
Yeah, well,
And then we went back into.
I might want that Strange Adventures even in that condition just to read if you're not keeping it. That
Oh,
came
well,
with a toy.
Yeah, these were those toy giveaways.
Yeah. Either I hear someone's dog or someone's breathing really heavily looking at these comics.
Might be me, I don't know.
What year are those Cobras? They're from about 1975. The Missing Marge asks.
There was this, I was like, this might be something.
Yeah, someone would care about that.
Oh, there was more Star Trek. I don't even remember those.
Oh, how exciting.
Ah, there was. I must have skipped over them really fast because I don't remember this many.
even when he's drawn, William Shatner works hard to emote.
Yeah. I like the Gold Key Star Trek. That's my era. Ooh, okay. Well, I have that issue, but
Yeah, they really changed those uniforms from the first Star Trek film to the second.
right. Yeah, they instead of blue pajamas, they were more militaristic.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Jimmy Olsen.
They were more navy, or at least
Yeah.
merchant navy,
Beat the
which is
crap.
Yeah.
And I saw this, and I was like, oh, all the good stuff's gonna be damaged.
Oh, is that damage? The weird mystery?
Yeah,
I didn't
this
see
is
the
right.
damage.
I started losing hope when I
Oh,
saw that.
oh, there's a chunk out. I see. Oh wow! Look at that. Oh shit! Oh man! Oh boy! If yeah, that's we may have to fight over that one unless you're keeping it. Neat.
Yeah, and then I
Oh,
started seeing water damage on stuff.
yeah. No.
Started getting scared. And I was gonna find something good, and it was gonna be water damage.
Okay, you're building up to something. Oh, that's neat. I've never seen that.
And that one was good. This one was water damaged.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but the other one right next to it was fine.
Yeah.
And this one,
Oh.
this one is. Yeah, this thing's underwater probably.
Oh boy. That's a shame. That's a shame. Big chunk gone too. They're all over the map at different time periods and
Yeah, it was a weird collection.
oh, I didn't even know he had his own comic.
Yeah, I never seen these hot dogs.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Charlton Blondie. Oh man. Is it in good shape?
Yeah, but it has a little piece of tape that I need to try to maybe just cut this little piece off. So.
I wouldn't mind. Well,
They fixed the book, but they left it overhang tape.
yeah.
Luckily, it's not sticky anymore.
Yeah, well. What's the price
Am I
on it?
still
20
here?
cents? Huh?
You are.
Is my internet really bad?
No, everything looks fine.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm going. It's 2:30, so I'm going
Oh
to bed.
yeah, sorry.
I think
Yeah.
my
See you
internet's
later.
really bad.
Yeah, I have
It's
to
just
go
all
too.
choppy. I can't hear you guys.
I have to go too, guys.
All right,
I'll
take care.
Audio.
Take care.
See ya.
Take care,
See ya.
everybody.
You can't. Nothing can connect to the internet.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, you're connected with your
Please
phone.
reset your modem.
Oh,
I did that. I reset the modem. I think I have an outage.
okay. Well, when that happens, can you
Go
not?
back over to you real quick so I can hear you guys maybe.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, it's real choppy. I'm on a delay, it seems like.
Okay.
I guess I'll try to reset my modem again and I'll come back on.
Okay.
Or should I leave my, maybe I'll just leave this on.
Leave that camera going and then try to come on with another camera. Do you have any other sketchbooks, John?
Got all kinds of stuff here. I don't think what you haven't seen before.
Didn't you have an Elvira sketchbook? Did you show that to us? I think you gave it to your sister.
Yeah, I sent it to my sister.
I think you showed it to us first.
I did. I can go dig something up real quick.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's see what I can do here. Here's some Godzilla chocolate candy from the 1990s. These are the little figures you could get inside this Godzilla candy. There used to be a Japanese supermarket in Dallas. There's some Kamen Rider candy. SD means super deformed. That means they're little kind of baby versions of the heroes. What else do we have here? These are little extras that would come with the Japanese magazines. I forget what Sentai team this was. Sentai means 5-man team. That was a big deal in Japan, the Sentai shows. Power Rangers was one of those, but they called it Zoo Ranger over there, the one with the dinosaurs.
I don't know.
You're back?
Yeah.
All right, let me cut to you here.
So I just grabbed a couple things. I don't know if I showed you this before. I know I showed you a lot of these ghost tank sketchbooks. I don't know if you've seen these.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay.
You were showing us some sketches, but they weren't in a book a while back.
Yeah, this is a funny sketchbook I found.
Oh,
And
from
it's
the
like,
50s.
yeah, it's some vintage, and this paper has like a real quality to it. It's very soft and pliable.
Yeah, we were talking about drawing on vintage paper where it makes it seem like it's an actual sketch from another time period.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I showed these. Because these seem relatively fresh to me, like these drawings. Like not like they're great drawings or anything, but they seem like I haven't looked at them in a while.
Yeah. When do you think you did these sketches?
I don't know if there's a date on any of this.
You've got to start dating stuff.
Yeah, there's no date here.
Say pre-pandemic, post-pandemic.
Probably pre.
Okay. Because that's a good question. The ghost tank animation that's on YouTube on your channel, when was that produced? I think some of them have dates on them, but 10 years ago, 5 years ago.
Well, the one that's of like the official series, because it kind of like did like a reboot of them because the characters like I had for a long time. I probably started it around I don't know 2005 or something.
Okay.
And then I kind of rebooted it and redesigned it, and But
That's nice.
oh, thank you.
I like how the white pops on the old Browning paper. Did you use paint or whiteout?
That's a good question. This looks like whiteout, like a whiteout pen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, if you have not subscribed to John Goris on YouTube and watched all these ghost tank videos and all his mutant videos, you don't know what you're missing. This stuff is great. That's really good there. See, I would go to comic stores and buy new comics if you were drawing comics. If you've got a new style, something that's unique, it's not drawn on a computer, it's actual, this stuff is great.
Yeah, I know that you don't like 90s comics or what was going on in the like 90s. But for me, like the 90s were like an explosion of like just kind of comic craziness in terms of
Well,
like people doing like wild stuff.
yeah, it was
In
an
terms
explosion of gigantic muscles and gigantic, yeah, it was just everything was over the top. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like the printing, like the technology was kind of like exciting. Like Spawn was exciting in and of itself because it was like not because of the story or anything. The story was just just basic, you know. But in terms of like what he was doing with the computer.
Yeah, I mean I remember the enthusiasm and everything. I just like the classic 60s, older 70s stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was just, when they were hawking comics on the Home Shopping Network back then, I wish someone had a recording of how they used to sell comics as collector's items and investments on the Home Shopping Network. That would be wonderful if someone had a recording of that on VHS. These are all great sketches. I love it. It's all the more wonderful that it's in a sketchbook with that cover on it.
Oh, this is I can't like really go through the whole thing because it's just my arms are getting tired. But this is a good one. I just happened to flip on this one.
Yeah.
It's like got good like design elements.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll show you one more. Oh, this is kind of one that's kind of fun.
Yeah, that is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Holding up books and holding up things to a camera, after a while, it does. It gets cumbersome. I know what you mean.
Let's see. There must be one more that's worth one hidden away here that's worth showing because a lot of them are just kind of repetitive. Oh, this one's kind of fun. They have this. It's next to. It's like a town over, so it's like I don't know. It's like a 10-minute drive or so. But it's next to a Walmart that I have to go to. Well, don't have to, but sometimes I go to once in a while. And yeah, so I'm there, and I should make a day of it. Make a picnic of it. But they have like an old like anti-aircraft gun, like one of these like huge things. That's like that's from probably World War II. Not too many. We didn't have too many enemy planes flying over. that part of Connecticut, but so I don't know if if it was shipped in or something, or I don't know where exactly this thing was originally planted, but it's quite the thing. And one day I mean to go out and do a proper drawing of it. But like I say, I was thinking about that anti-aircraft gun, and it kind of looks something like that,
Yeah.
I think it's still there. I don't know. I haven't been looking for it because it's always been there. But with my luck, I'll go there and it won't be there anymore. That's quite possible. These are two. Well, there's more of them, but these were I was doing that all the robots mutant stuff, and I was just kind of experimenting with whatever. I would just kind of just do some kind of freestyle sort of weird looking robots and mutants and stuff that looks weird. Something like this. It'd be fun to do some set design stuff. Like some real old school type stuff. Like the stuff they had in Alien or like an Alien ripoff type movie with lots of vacuum, vacuum hoses hanging from the ceiling and this kind of thing.
Are these things? Are some of this wound up in actual finished films? The ideas.
No, this was more just kind of just sort of study stuff, just kind of knocking ideas around. So this doesn't really have anything to do with anything except, like I say, kind of freestyling, kind of brainstorming.
So we're looking at a little book. It looks like. Is that what this is?
Yeah, these are just these were just kind of stapled together sort of things.
Oh, okay.
This is kind of a nice spread. Unfortunately, I was using all this metallic stuff that on camera it's kind of difficult.
Yeah.
It's like metallic sticker paper.
Great.
I'll show you this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's There's so much stuff I could show around here that go crazy doing it. But
could we see the front cover of that Ghost Tank sketchbook again with the 50s art on it?
Yeah.
That is so cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, I guess you found it at a garage sale or an estate sale, maybe.
No, I think I got this at a Goodwill. So I got it for $1. Yeah, I find lots of good stuff at Goodwill. Oh, this is a nice shot. I missed this one. Yeah.
Missing Mars or Dr. Fibes, if you want to come on the show, there's a link here. Just click on it in the chat and you can come on. And Dr. Fibes asks, John Goris, what were some of your biggest influences?
In terms of artists, like comic book
that's-
artists, maybe.
I think that's what he means.
Okay. If we're talking comic book artists, I really like Richard Corbin.
Yes.
I know he wasn't really a comic book artist. He was more of a painter, illustrator, but of course, Frazetta.
Yeah.
Um,
He started as a comic artist.
I know. Yep. I like Crumb.
Sure.
I like Tim Vigil.
Okay.
You know, of course, like you know, John Buscema. Let me think. Who else was I really big into?
He's saying art or movies, etc. Like,
Oh, I don't know. I like a lot of sort of divisive artists. I don't know. I like Warhol. I thought he was cool. I liked who was the guy? I don't know. I like Keith Haring. I thought some of his stuff was kind of interesting. I sort of like Gary Panter. A friend of mine was buddies with him. He was a big fan of him. He was a fan slash sycophant of Gary Panter. And yeah, I mean, some of his stuff was cool. You know, the Pee-wee's Playhouse stuff, just like, I mean, that blew my mind. And then I remember seeing one of his comics as a young kid. One of the was it Jimbo, right? It was called Jimbo. Yeah, that was really. I thought that was really wild at the time. Oh, you know what? Like, I only like picked up one or two of them. But he is. I looked at his stuff recently, and when I say recently, I don't know, like within the last 10 years or so. Was the guy that did the Horny Biker Sluts comic? Did you ever see that? It was something that Last Gasp put out, Last Gasp Press,
not
and
sure I know that.
And it was really it was very intense. It was very intense work, and it's kind of like you could see the sort of like the obsessive mind behind it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could he's not the kind of person that you could like point at his stuff and say like, oh, well, that person's a hack. You know, like so much comic book art, whether it's from days of old or from now, you could look at it and be like, oh, that's hack work. You know what I mean? Whereas I like stuff that looks like, yeah, the drawing, it has skill and like technical proficiency and such, but it also looks like it was done by a real like personality that could only express themselves truly through, you know, their work on page.
What about S. Clay Wilson and Spain Rodriguez? Or those influences?
I'm familiar with Wilson Rodriguez. What did he do again? Like I know the name. I've seen the.
I first think of Trash Man.
Okay.
It's got a machine gun and kind of this futuristic world. It's a lot of fun.
I'd probably recognize it if I saw it. I also like the guy. What was his name? Who collaborated with Frank Miller on Hard Boiled? He's like a really
Darrow? It's some,
Darrow.
I don't know. It seems like that's the first thing that pops in.
Yeah, he's like a totally insufferable SJW now.
Is
But yeah, but his artwork is cool, or was cool. I've seen it recently. I mean, I've seen some of the recent stuff that he's done, and he's basically doing like the same stuff. So I mean, not to take anything away from him. I know that some people kind of like they find something that they do and they keep doing it, and which I guess that's one form of success. I mean, why change if people kind of see your stuff and they can recognize it, and it has a signature quality? I mean, why why do you got to reinvent yourself every year? But it was funny because I was talking with my brother-in-law, and he's kind of like into comics. He's into a lot of stuff, but like he doesn't keep up with everything. He's got his niche interests and everything. But I was like in one of our last conversations we had, which was, I don't know, a couple months ago, when I had to go out and visit him and my sister, and I was trying to convince him that no, like what you saw in Hard Boiled, the graphic novel Hard Boiled, that wasn't Frank Miller. Frank Miller doesn't draw like that. That was this other guy that he worked with. And I don't know what language I was speaking, but I couldn't convince my brother-in-law that wasn't like Frank Miller. But I guess because like one guy has the big name, and then it kind of like becomes like imprinted in their mind with any product. They think that was that Frank Miller was like doing that stuff, and he wasn't. And that, I think that guy was using it in a very clever and innovative way at the time, but he was using Photoshop.
Okay.
Because if you look at like certain like details, because you've seen that graphic novel, like he'll have some like crazy picture of like a junkyard or like a street scene or something, and he'll have like all these like crazy little details, like cigarette butts on the ground, or like crushed soda cans or beer cans, or like little stuffed animals that have been thrown away or something, or like bums like splayed out on the street. And he'll use like the same elements, like the same exact like drawing, like again and again and again and again, but he'll just use them in like different ways. He'll turn it around, or he'll put it on his, he'll change it. He'd often change it somehow, or just put it in the composition in a certain kind of clever way that you don't, like on an initial reading, you don't notice that he's doing it.
Yeah.
So that every panel, every fresh drawing looks like a completely fresh drawing, but it's not. That's not what he was up to. And I like that kind of thing. I really appreciate it, because it's like it's like clever, because drawing and coming up with everything like from scratch, every single panel is crazy labor intensive, no matter how you cut it. And that's that way, if you have like certain elements, certain like templates, that you can use like repeatedly, I think that's a good thing, you know.
When you animate, do you listen to music or do you prefer it to be total silence?
Oh no, I used to be able to like animate in silence, but I can't really do that anymore. I'm just too distracted. Um, what I usually do is I used to listen to music a lot. Nowadays I kind of listen to podcasts, just people talking about whatever random stupid stuff. I'd often there were points where I would like points in my life where I couldn't listen to music anymore. So I'd listen to movies because I'd find that much more interesting to have a movie on in the background that I would just listen to. And I don't really do that anymore. That was kind of like a phase I was in. I try to do that these days, and I just can't because it's like you rewire your brain to go into like kind of like a certain kind of like production state where your brain can kind of like assimilate a certain amount of data and know more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now I listen to like podcasts, and once in a while I'll listen to music, but I can't just straight listen to movies anymore.
When some of the background music you use in your animation, where does that come from?
Uh, the background music I use. Sometimes I'll just like lift some kind of random music, like some like techno music or something. Someone did like some remix of some track or something, and I'll use that. And sometimes the algorithm catches it, and sometimes it doesn't, depending on all kinds of factors. Or I use public domain. It's like I don't have like a vast library or anything of library music, but sometimes I'll use library music in a pinch.
Yeah.
Um, when doing stop motion, I kind of find like just using like the captured sound of whatever kind of ambient sounds or music is going on in the background, and just using that as audio, so you get that weird, creepy, like cut up random audio sounds
Yeah.
is kind of fun. Yeah, so I don't, at this point in my life, I'm not worried about copyright strikes or copyright issues or anything like that. If I was, I'd have to start going about things in a slightly different manner. But yeah, so I just use whatever's easy, whatever is available. I mean, if I had the money, or if someone had the money, I would pay someone to do original stuff. But that's not in the cards right now. So.
Dr. Five says, John, other than Gratu's channel, what is a recommendation for a cool YouTube channel?
Well, let's see. What I was listening to today was this channel called Proper Horror Show. Yeah, and I guess it's an allusion to the Anthony Burgess, Stanley Kubrick movie, Clockwork Orange, Proper Horror Show.
I'm gonna write these down.
Yeah, and she every week as she goes like into a deep dive on some either a recent horror film or an old horror film. Like this week they did The Lost Boys.
Yeah.
So they would just talk about the Lost Boys for like 2 hours, from any number of various angles, and yeah, they do that every week. Like that's a good channel. Let me think.
The vampire movie from that time period that I really remember liking wasn't The Lost Boys. It was something called Near Dark. That was I
Oh
haven't
yeah,
seen
Near
it
Dark.
since the 80s, but I remember really liking it. I assume I'd still like it.
Yeah, that's got the guy from what's his name? I think he died soon for fairly recent.
Is it
He was in
Lance
Aliens.
Henriksen, was it?
Lance Henriksen is in it, but Bill
Paxton.
Paxton.
Yeah, he was from Fort Worth. Yeah.
Yeah, Paxton. Right.
Yeah.
It had that creepy kid. You know that creepy little kid. He was also in River's Edge. He was always playing like kind of like edgy, like super edgy little brats.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that movie since probably '86, so my
Yeah,
memory's a little fuzzy. I
yeah. He
remember it
was.
had a Cramps song in it that impressed me at the time.
Mhm. Yeah, he was also in it. He was also in Near Dark, and I don't know what else he was ever in. He was one of those people that looked like, I hate to like speak in such terms, but like genetically, like he had kind of like issues,
Okay.
like something was wrong.
Like
Like,
Ron Howard's brother,
yeah, well, yeah,
Wayne Howard.
medically, like something didn't look right. And I just don't know enough about, such things to do a proper diagnosis. But I should look it up one day because I don't know how many other kind of like strange looking kind of creepy kids, creepy young people that could like give like a good performance in a movie. Like how many of those are there? Uh, you
What
know.
was it? The Olsen twins? Well, I've interrupted you. You were talking about podcasts, and I interrupted with Near Dark. What are some other ones
Oh.
besides Proper Horror Show?
Uh, um, there's this. I was telling you about him once, and he does these fascinating. It's just audio. It's just him like talking, and it's so it's very it's very like low effort in a certain way, but that adds to kind of the sort of overall quality of his videos because he'll just do that kind of thing where like people will play a game. They'll play like a video game while they're talking.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's done, but it's something that like kind of like the young people do when they it's just like a way of putting like something on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And his name is like he calls himself DBDR. I think that's how it's spelled. Like
DBDR.
yeah, it's like capital D, lowercase b, and then like DR. Don't ask me like where what the relevance of that is. I think it was his old like gaming like handle or something. You know how kids are these days. I don't know, but he's like a I don't know. He's like I think I was telling you about him a while ago. He's like 23 or so, and I guess he's never like yeah, he's never kissed. No, he has kissed a girl. He recently kissed some like drunk stripper, like some drunk like Guatemalan stripper or something, and during one of his benders. But he's someone that was had like a really poor home life, and was like kind of like bullied by his parents. He was kind of like neglected / bullied by, and he was kind of like, there was a lot of that like in school also. And he was kind of like, he kind of has this sort of like depressive character. And I mean, he's like highly intelligent in many ways, but he's kind of, what the kids call black pilled.
Okay.
So, and I guess he falls under the kind of the incel, the incel marquee. And
Black pilled means you've given up on society completely. Is that what that means?
yeah, I think so. Black pill makes you think that sort of like there's nothing, there's really kind of like nothing particularly worth living for.
No hope.
You don't think there's anything worth living for, but you're just living, because you also think that there's nothing worth dying for either. So you're not gonna kill yourself. I mean, you might, if you're having an especially bad day or something. I mean, but the black pill attitude towards that is, well, that's, if you do it, you do it. It's like, it doesn't matter if you do or not. So it's very in certain respects, it makes lots of sense. I mean, it's not something that I would advocate for, but I understand it. I understand the attitude.
So this DBDR plays video games and just talks about life.
Yeah, he just talks about his life and how just like screwed up it is. And I just love the kind of like just the honesty of it, because so many people they try to like, they try to pump themselves up into like saying that they're so great or they're so wonderful, or this is how I overcame this, or this is how I overcame that, or they're like selling themselves. We live in this culture where people are just constantly, boosting. They're constantly like trying to signal boost, like how they figured it out. How they hacked the system, or and with the black pill guys, they kind of don't do that so much. They'll get into like life strategy and how that can and can't work from a like kind of a mechanistic point of view, but they know that it's what their terminology, which I guess has like crept into the larger internet terminology and beyond, a cope. You've heard the word cope. Yeah.
Cope?
Yeah, cope. That means when a cope is like when you tell yourself something in order to make kind of like the shittiness of like whatever reality, whether it's a personal shortcoming or the shortcomings of people around you or your situation or bad luck or whatever.
So this is slang cope used as a noun.
Cope can be a noun. It can be a verb.
Okay. So who else do you listen to? Anyone else that you can think of?
Who else is on the regular rotation?
How do you discover these people? What brought them to your attention?
Oh God, I don't know. I don't. It's just kind of like random, you know. Like a lot of times, I'll just if I see a video and it has like a really provocative title, like sometimes I would click on it, you know, clickbait type stuff. I don't know. Like how did I find your channel? I think I found your channel actually because people were doing and this sort of like fascinated me for like a hot minute of you know, these people especially like, well, yeah, they were like horror centric uh people who collected that crap, and they'd have these like, you know, horror rooms where like they would just fill it full of Freddy Krueger and Jason and all this crap. And like sometimes they pepper it in with some other interesting stuff. Like, and I'm always kind of interested in what sort of things people keep in their houses and what people, you know, what is precious to people. What kind of stuff are they surrounding themselves with? And oh, did I ever show you this guy? Speaking of surrounding, did I ever show you my?
I don't think so. Maybe.
Yeah, I want to put him in the new animation, but we shall see. I know that there's a whole bunch of them. You know, and you can, I just have one. I don't have the whole collection. Anyhow, I was looking at all these like my, you know, my awesome horror room collection, and I think that's what led me to the great Grow 2. You know, so I kind of like just go down rabbit holes of kind of interests. You know, like I was very fascinated by the whole we can't, you know, a very popular Italian food gate stuff. You know, pizza.
Oh,
Yeah, I was like utterly fascinated by that story because I didn't know like what it was. I didn't know if it was real.
okay. You're trying to speak in code, yeah, to
I
avoid
didn't know if it was
censorship.
like
I
real
understand that. Yeah,
or if it was bullshit, what was
yeah,
real, what wasn't, what was like a psyop, what was kind of misdirection,
yeah,
what was like fanfic. Um,
yeah. I remember those days.
yeah, and yeah, it's a lot of it was like really creepy, man, really creepy because like it was allowed to exist. They didn't put like the kibosh on it, you know, which they could have easily done.
Yeah,
You know, it's like they let that thing out there into the wild and let it sort of do whatever it was doing. Because I've heard theories that it was like, you know, this is part of like, you know, their plan, they wanted to get people used to the idea. So in order to do that, in order to get someone sort of desensitized to something, you first have to serve it up as like a horror movie. You first have to sort of serve it up as like or not a, well, maybe half a horror movie, but like a scandal at least, you know, something shocking. And then then it's normalized. People are talking about it. People are thinking about it, and that pushes the envelope.
yeah.
So,
Well, Kevin, are you going to come back on? You're welcome to. My wife says hi. She must be on a break. She'll be off and
Did you check out my new dude? I got that Blair Witch project poster. Dude, I got it for $1.
did you?
Yeah, that's why I got it. You know what? Also, they had, and I was tempted to get it. Because I was gonna get either one or the other. They also had the poster for the remake of 13 Ghosts, which I
never saw the
didn't
remake.
see. I heard it was bad. I heard the remake was bad. I love the original film, the William Castle film. That's
Sure.
a wonderful movie. But they remade it. What was it, around 2003 or something like that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but it was a really cool poster though, because it was made of it was kind of like a collage. It was like a screaming face kind of poster, but it was made of all these kind of collages of I guess stills from the movie of all these ghosts and ghostly faces and demon shit. But it was kind of all kind of cut together, and it was striking. But I realized that I didn't have any. I had no emotional. I had no psychological connection with the film at all, other than the fact that I'd seen the original, and I had no intention. I have no intention of seeing the remake because it just looks like trash.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So I didn't want to kind of I'd rather go with the because I actually have fond memories of seeing the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in the theater. More than half the people thought it was real in the theater. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen it since. I don't think I've seen it since.
Which wire am I supposed to cut?
What?
Which wire am I supposed to cut? The blue one or the?
Oh, this is pretty wild. Whatever we're looking at now.
I'm trying to get my internet working.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, your phone's working fine.
That's the problem, though. It sucks my battery using the cell phone.
See,
That's what happened.
Didn't really like skulls, but she's saying the man who made me like skulls again. LOL. I don't know if she's talking about John or Kevin, because they both like skulls.
Was that Arnold? Was that that looked like Arnold?
That was Arnold, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did an ad, and
so this was what, the mid 70s we're looking at?
I'd say early 70s.
71. Wow.
There was a war comic with I think Our Army at War with a checkerboard top that I would love to have in my pile if you're not keeping it.
What language is this? Do you know? German or something?
Let me look at it. Hold on. It kind of looks German, but I don't. Oh man.
I thought he said the S word.
I bet that's German. Oh, she's talking about you, John, because of that another 100 skulls. that entertaining. That was so entertaining. What was that, last summer?
God, I lose track.
That might have been 2 summers ago, but we sure did enjoy it. I remember it was there in the summer, it seemed like.
Yeah, that Tofifi ad, that brought back memories.
Oh, there's Walter Horror inside here?
What? What's going on? Is it in another language?
I was just watching Horror Mike's thing, and he had some foreign EC stuff.
That's weird
That's
to have
weird.
an inside a cover with such a weird cover.
See, when I originally saw this, I go, "This is like a goth girl book," and I was right
Yeah.
because this is Lenore right here. I know her.
Yeah.
So this is a weird book, a compilation of stuff. It's all over the place. It has. Look, there's a map. I have this one, and we just looked at that one. I wonder if that other one had EC stuff in it.
I don't know. It's
Oh,
weird.
speaking of EC, I was going to tell you last night that Mad facsimile reprint. People are saying that was possibly shot with the original art.
Well, yeah, because the art exists. It probably was. Yeah.
Not digital colored, but the original art, I guess, is colored.
Um. Yeah, I don't know.
That's what someone was saying, that it wasn't the black and white that was colored. It was actually shot from the colored original art.
Yeah, it could be Maurice Severin added color
And
to it, and for the Russ Cochran reprint edition. I don't know.
there's a guy that compared it to all his other reprints, and everybody agreed that one that they just made is his closest to the original.
Yeah, you did pull another copy of that for me, right?
Hmm.
I think Missing Mars wants
Oh, look,
those two Man from Uncle, Girl from Uncle comics, and I think I kind of wanted the Girl from Uncle, but he's already paid for some of those gold key kind of things, and I think he wants that Blondie too.
we were talking about, or he was talking about, maybe doing a box, the next box being all, we said Gold Key, Dell,
Yeah.
Dalton.
So some of this would be perfect for his box. So he
Yeah,
keeps talking in the chat about, I want that stuff, but I want that war comic, the one that '60s war comic. I do. I might
look
have
at
to
this. Has
fight him
weird.
for that.
This one has weird science in it.
Yeah, that's neat. I don't know how many EC fans are gonna flock to that comic for it, but
Oh,
it
look at
is
a
neat.
mad. Here's like a mad fold in.
That's really strange, man. That's a weird book that looks like that's made for really cool girls in whatever language country that is. Whatever girls read that must be interesting girls. Uh,
Is heavy metal still around?
No,
yeah,
it's
but
in
it's
limbo right now.
oh, is it?
Yeah,
But it hasn't been. It's been owned by weird people that turn out crap. But it was
it,
on life support. Yeah.
well, the deal fell through, and it's been in limbo for about a year.
Oh, okay. Well,
They were selling it to Whatnot.
it wasn't anything to look at before. It was for years owned by Kevin Eastman, one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle creators, and he it was just kind of garbage.
I wasn't against the Eastman years so much.
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe I didn't give it a chance, but I mean, I wasn't that big a fan of it when it was at its prime. To be honest with you, I liked the Corbin stuff and some of it, but Gratu, no want to take from you. No, stop. No. I just want that Army at War from the '60s. Um,
What happened to what's her name? Julie Strain. What happened to her? Because
I don't
she,
know. That was his wife, and it seemed like he bought heavy metal just to put her in it.
yeah.
And especially that heavy metal too that he produced that
Oh yeah,
I
that
thought
was not
was
good.
unwatchable.
Yeah, it
But
wasn't good.
it's kind of like, he bought he's a multimillionaire, so he buys this stuff to make his wife feel good. I don't know. That's the impression I had. But
Yeah, but didn't she like die young or something?
I don't know if she died. Someone could do a Google search.
I'm gonna Google that right now because I heard that.
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see. So that's weird that there's all of a sudden all these foreign comics mixed in. This is
Yeah,
a very strange collection.
that's why I knew it wasn't his. I was like, "You found these, didn't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." How'd you know?
Yeah, this is weird. Are there other surprises coming in the box, or have you already gone through the whole box?
I went through it real quick. Remember when I first got it, and I haven't.
Oh, okay. So,
I'm just kind of discovering it with you guys because I didn't look at these.
yeah.
I just saw it was a different language, and I was kind of like, "Who cares?"
Yeah, it says
But if they have cool stuff in it,
she died in 2021.
Oh, really? That recently? Well,
I didn't know that.
Her
ooh, I want that one.
it says her okay, they're saying that it was pneumonia.
Okay. Yeah.
But they're
Well,
also
that was
saying
during the C-19 period. Maybe they put her on one of those not incubators, one of those what were the ventilators, and that was hurting a lot of people. We shouldn't be talking about this on YouTube, but the year that she passed away would make me think it was related to all of that stuff that came from China.
broncho pneumonia.
Yeah.
And it says like model, actress, and consummate poster girl Julie Strain has passed away after a long battle with dementia.
Ooh, that's not good, but I'll just put some tape on it.
It's a mending tissue.
Mending tissue. Yeah. Um, well, yeah, I'd like that
Tissue
one.
sounds better.
Oh, more Harvey. Yeah, I love Little Dot. Hopefully this won't have tears.
So I guess she was a troubled person. I mean,
Well, I guess. I mean, she was
I thought she was hot. I thought she was very hot, but
yeah, she was pretty. I mean, she was a little bit artificial, but pretty.
but I mean, she was like, you know, she was kind of freakish, you know,
Yeah,
in the
she was
same,
freakish.
you know,
Um,
like just as like, you know, China was, or
she was
or
cut from the Sybil Danning kind of mold. Yeah. Ooh,
okay.
that's an older Casper there. Is that a 10-cent Casper? That's probably from the Kennedy era. What's the year on it?
Sybil Danning was in Halloween 2, not Halloween 2, the Howling 2, right? Is that the same actress?
Maybe I don't really remember the Howling 2. I think of her from Battle Beyond the Stars, where she was a Valkyrie. That was really pretty
Okay,
incredible.
right. Or Tanya Roberts.
Yeah, I was never a
61.
fan of her too much. What does that say? 62? I can't.
Oh, 61, volume 1, number 40.
See, I'm right. Kennedy era. Pretty neat. Yeah, could we? Oh, shit. Well, that's more recent. That's got a UPC code. That's not as exciting, but it's still cool with the rocket ships. Could we make a pile for missing Mars and for me as we go through, or are you not wanting to do that quite yet?
I can do it tomorrow. I got to get out of here right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to show you the rest of this stuff, though.
Okay. Well, if you could pull the Harveys and that one 60s Our Army at War, and then
This whole box is going to just sit back here for a while because I got to put all this away tomorrow.
oh yeah, I've got a lot of work doing. For me as well, tomorrow I've got to move a lot of books myself. Not in a store, but
I made a mess today trying to find stuff for people.
what were you looking for?
I was looking for these. I found them.
Oh, like yeah, I did a cover for you with one of those. Yeah.
So all right, my phone works still, but my internet's down.
Oh,
So it's gonna be. I can't do anything without the internet.
yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, I hate the internet. We're too reliant on it now.
What is that? A big anniversary issue? Casper 200.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like Amazing Spider-Man 300. It's
300. Yeah, I would. That's one I'd like.
just as iconic. It's better than the 300.
Yes, 100%. That's better than Spider-Man 300.
Get that logo.
Yeah, that's the classic logo they brought back. Yeah, from the 50s. Man.
Yeah, supposedly Kevin Eastman, he like blew all his money.
Did he?
That's what I heard.
Well, I'm sure he can mint more money if he
He
still
can
owns
just
those
draw.
characters.
He just
I don't
draws money.
think he
You know, the
does.
artist can draw
I
money.
think that's the thing. I think he I don't think he's got the rights anymore.
Oh, well, he still could create
I mean,
new characters.
I'm not worried about him or anything. I'm
No,
just
he's gonna still be living with a swimming pool and a fancy mansion. All he has to do is come up with some new characters and from the creator of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he'll still make more money than we'll make in a lifetime, even though he may not be the billionaire that he, probably should have been.
well, I mean, I don't.
That one I'd like there. That one, 100%. Is that a 10-cent one? Yep, that's old.
I don't think creatively he's going to come up with anything new because he hasn't. I don't like.
Oh no, probably not.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't.
What about the other guy? Is he doing okay? I don't really know
I don't
anything
know.
about any of that.
The other guy, Peter Laird, he sold out a long time ago and made nothing really.
Really? Oh, he sold out too soon?
Yeah, where Eastman held on longer.
Sure. Well, that's a shame. That Richie Rich, that one before that, I'd like that one.
But they both have worked. I mean, recently doing The Last Ronin, and they're still making a lot of money off that book, both of them.
Oh yeah, and that'll be made into a movie or something, and then there'll be
Video game. It's
they'll
a
be
video
fun.
game already, and it's going to be probably a live action and a cartoon.
Dr. Five says there's a lot of controversy with Julie and her boyfriend when she died. Her sister wrote a lot of really bad things about Julie's boyfriend at the time of death. She divorced Kevin Eastman in 2008. Oh, so she'd been divorced for a while from him.
If you guys want to give a call to this number, go ahead.
It's Richie Rich's phone number. That's pretty weird. No area code.
That's why I showed it. I figure I'm not doxing anybody.
Yeah. John, is that your dog?
No.
I heard somebody panting.
Somebody's breathing hard looking at these comics, man. Somebody's got a dog.
Somebody's backstage.
Yeah.
There's a dog.
Yeah, I didn't know that his dog had his own comic.
Does his dog have money symbols all over him?
Yeah, he must be a Doberman with dollar spots. I don't really remember this character. That's wild.
It's the first appearance of Richie Rich's dog.
Yeah. Gotta slab it.
Yeah, he's called the Dollar Dog.
Dollar the dog. Yeah.
I mean, do they still make Richie Rich comics?
No,
Okay.
none of this is made anymore.
Can you imagine trying to figure out the legacy numbering of Richie Rich?
Well, there were so many different Richie Rich titles. It's kind of like all the X-Men titles in the 90s.
That's what I'm saying. Find out the number, like add them all up together.
That's an atypical Sea Monkey ad. I remember it, but it's a little different.
78.
Yeah. That's kind of past my time period.
This is my time period right here.
Yeah. Oh, look at what are they selling? What are those buttons?
Emblem and paste it on your cardboard and wear it.
Oh, okay. It's they're raising money for UNICEF. What a strange assortment of comics. Nothing makes any sense in this. Oh, look at that.
You ever seen the Dome House?
No, I've never seen that ad either. That's probably the highlight of that issue.
Here's the Cub Scouts. You can be one too.
Yeah, Casper was a
The Secret
big.
Handshake.
Yeah. He had comics devoted to the Cub that you'd get in the Cub Scouts. Yeah, he was a big advocate of the Cub Scouts.
You know what was cool? I helped out the Boy Scouts before. We all worked at a haunted house one year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my
Did you
friend
see
was
that? Go ahead.
my friend was a Boy Scout, and he said, "Hey, we're helping out this haunted house. We're all going to work there. Do you want to help us work?" And I said, "Oh hell yeah, I want to work at a haunted house. That's like my dream job." So yeah, it
Did you
was
see?
really fun. I still remember it.
Yeah. Did you see the Frankenstein mask from that 1950 ad I showed yesterday?
Yeah, the one with all the kids. You mean? Or
No.
no?
If you watch the very beginning of yesterday's show, I'm going through like it may be an Esquire or something from 1950, and there's a ad for a Frankenstein mask in it.
Oh,
Um,
cool. It was before I came on.
yeah, just go back and watch the very beginning of
I need to
last
watch the
night's.
beginning and I need to watch the end when I left too.
Yeah.
Here's the. Oh, I thought it said 800th issue, but it's no, it's the Boo Sentinel.
1976. Yeah. Somebody's got a dog and they're not admitting it.
There's no dogs in here. Here's a
There's
Charlton from maybe it's 1973.
yeah, that's a safe bet. Yeah.
Let's see if they are right.
Missing Mars was wanting Charlton, so
And here it says March 72.
okay. And then what does it say there? August of 73. That's probably just when the kid got the comic. They wrote that on there.
Okay, there's some
Ugh,
weird.
yeah, I don't like that.
It's like a marker soaked through a different paper.
Oh, so it's not mold.
No, it says 228. It looks like.
Oh, okay. Is there a UPC code on that?
No.
I might still be interested if just to read this fine literature.
What does that say? 75.
Yeah, I think so.
June 75. We're almost done.
Ooh, yes, I would like that. 100, please, please. Terry Tunes. We were just talking about Terry Tunes.
I don't have any of these. I've never owned one of these.
What, Terry Tunes?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, if you want to keep it for your own collection, you go ahead.
let's
I,
look at it. See if it's something I like. Oh, it has a nice cards. Oh, yeah, these.
yeah, it's one of
Like
those
a dead
specials
giant
with the covers
card
that are
stock.
thick like a coloring book. Yeah.
Stains and a rip on it.
Yeah. Well, it was owned by a kid.
Kid taped it back together. Oh, here's
Yeah.
his, is that his name right here? What's this say? Looks like it says stop, stop, stop something. What does he want me to stop? Stop what? Stop form.
Stop forever.
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe
Stop,
he's
stop
putting a
looking at
curse on
this.
his brother or sister for stealing his comics. Missing
It's
Mars
funny.
wants the bicentennial Richie Rich and the Beetle Bailey from 72 too.
Yeah, we can make a box out of this and some other stuff.
Yeah, I like that one if it's not going in your collection, Kevin.
Yeah, I didn't see anything that interests me. Let's see what the back says. Stop. What's it say? Stop for what? You know, these kids would rather deface their stuff than let somebody else read it, probably.
I don't know what the hell it says.
Have
Stop.
you seen kids do that? Like, they'll put "Stop, don't touch, this is mine," and they write it on the
That's
back.
probably what the kid's trying to imply, yes, with that. Yeah.
They would rather just deface their own item than have their brother look at it.
Right. Well, no one knew. That Beetle Bailey, kind of would
Oh,
like.
look at this. This one has a little marking up here, like something would done recently.
64. Yeah, I kind of would like that one. I know. I don't know.
This seems like a dealer had this at one time or something.
Yeah, well, they're writing the number because you can't see it without taking it out of the bag on Gold Key.
I mean, if it was that kid, he would have wrote it on the. Maybe he did. Maybe he wrote it under here.
Oh, was that some marker? Yeah, yeah, sure enough. Ooh, nice. I think that's Russ Heath art of Roman soldiers.
Do they still have Beetle Bailey in like Sunday papers?
I don't think so.
Hey, do you guys want to hear a crazy story? My cousin got carjacked the other day.
What?
Yeah,
They're
my mom
they're
here.
locally?
Yeah, in a nicer part of town than I'm in.
Oh man.
They cart and then they found the guy. He took my cousin's truck and all his belongings.
Okay. And
Held
I'm
him
sure
at.
they've already let him go.
They did. They set the bond for 5,000, and he only had to pay 500.
Wow.
Oh wow.
So they're letting like armed criminals just run the streets.
You're right, right. Makes
It
total sense.
kind of shook me up when I heard it. Actually,
Yeah, um yeah.
and I guess my cousin's kind of having. He's real shook up about it too. I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys need to get the heck out of the big cities. I'm not just talking to you, but everyone out there listening. Uh, ooh, neat. I would like that if you don't keep it.
There's something. I don't know what this last one is. Number one.
One, ooh, it could be anything, man.
What was a good number one in 1969?
Uh, uh don't know. What a strange box. Weird. Is it early 60s? Maybe late 50s? What's the price on it?
I see a copyright.
Well, there should be down in indicia, or however you pronounce that stupid word.
Is it indica or indicia or
I
indica?
used to say indica, but then I've looked it up and it's indicia. But I may still be mispronouncing it. 55. Well, that's when the movie came out. But when did the comic come out? I think
Let's see.
it's a 10-cent comic, so maybe it is from them.
Okay. I don't want to look. I'm afraid to look.
Oh, please.
Oh,
Oh, weird. What is that even? Is that
let's see if he was right about what he wrote on the back.
is that a cartoon or is that an original Gold Key creation? I know there was a cartoon called Roman Holiday that was kind of like a Roman version of All in the Family, but what does it say by what? Total Television. Okay. Oh, that's Total Television. That's the people that made Underdog.
1969, it says.
Yeah, I need to look and see if there's any episodes of this cartoon on YouTube. This is Pompeii or Bust. Uh,
Oh, yeah, it is number one.
yeah, I don't know this cartoon. I've never heard of it. But in 1969, we weren't living in the United States. We were in Germany. So that may be why I'm unaware of some of the Saturday morning cartoons then.
I wonder where that term comes from, Roman holiday.
I used to know that answer, but I've forgotten it.
It's dark outside already.
Well, once your internet comes back and maybe the early afternoon tomorrow, you want to do a live stream where we put Missing Mars uh, set together and I pull a few.
Yeah, if I can get, I'm gonna try to come in early so I can make it easier to go through stuff. Some of
Okay.
these
Oh
boxes.
yeah. You really have torn things apart. Um,
Because I always know I have, like, if somebody asks for it, I want to get it to them. And I knew
yeah,
I had it
yeah.
in there. It was pretty good. I only took like 2 or 3 boxes to get to it.
Well, that's great because a lot of shop owners would just say, "No, I don't." But you're driven to find the stuff for your customers. That's great.
Oh, yeah, we didn't look at this. Let's do this last year. Or for me, anyways, last. I'll
Oh
keep that.
yeah. That one you're not selling though, right?
I'm trying to build the whole run, and I have pretty
Right.
close.
Do you want to build the run back before it was a horror comic, when it was a superhero thing with Eclipso, or
I haven't really determined yet. I just find what I can. There's micro chamber paper.
yeah? That's an oh, it's in uh, it's in great shape. Yeah.
They said it was an 8.0.
Did
I think it's a,
you think
I
what?
think I think it's a 9.9.
Yeah. Did you say you had a black light to find where these touch ups are, or would that be too
I
hard to
couldn't
find?
find. It's buried somewhere. Yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Maybe it's in here. Hold on. I think I know where it might be.
Yeah, so I found I found what a Roman holiday is.
Okay.
It's a public spectacle or controversy marked by barbarism, vindictiveness, and scandal.
Yeah.
Here's another definition or slight variation. Pleasure or advantage gained from the discomfort or suffering of others.
Mhm. And it's an Audrey Hepburn movie.
Yep.
And my wife and I watched that a few months ago.
Yeah, it's a really nice movie. It's got I liked what was it? Eddie Albert was in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
He's
was
kind
really
of a
good.
beatnik, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little depressing, but it's okay. I enjoyed it. It's and it was written by Dalton Trumbo, who was blacklisted by Hollywood for being a communist.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Couldn't find it.
Yeah, that's all right. Who cares? It's a great comic, whether someone touched it up at some point or not. That's that's ridiculous to even worry about it. At least it doesn't have giant tears and stuff like some of the other books we just were looking at. This is how many issues is this away from the Swamp Thing issue?
Look at she's backhanding him.
Yeah. Swamp Thing first appeared in House of Secrets, right?
Yeah, 92. I have that issue.
I mean, this was real close in numbering to that?
I think it said. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I need to take the label out of there. 87.
Oh, okay. Just a few issues before Swamp Thing. Yeah, it looks like that same era. Oh, this looks like a cool story here. Oh, full page Moon Monster ad. Terrific. What about those three masks that they had there at the bottom? Do you know anything about those masks? What they actually look like?
I think they'd probably just send you whatever they had extras of.
But I mean, do you think?
I don't think
I
those
mean,
are specific masks right there. I think that's just a drawing, and you would just get 3 monster masks.
oh, but I mean, were they rubber masks or ones with rubber bands that held onto your head, or what do you think they were?
I think they'd be like those top stones.
Okay,
So just a half rubber mask.
okay.
They put 2 pieces of chamber paper. Let's see if there's anybody in these letters we recognize.
In earlier comics, maybe it was Marvel, they would actually print their street address where you could write letters back to some of these people. That's how Wendy Peeney and Richard Peeney met each other. She wrote into a 1960s Fantastic Four letter column, and he saw that there was a girl that had a published letter, and he corresponded with her, and then they met and married, and she created ElfQuest, and he published it, and that's the story on that. It's kind of an interesting story I was listening to on YouTube about their life. That's a neat ad. That's really cool. That's a very nice condition book. It's nice that it's freed and can be read.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing the color touch. Because it would have.
I'm thinking it's at the bottom right in the fold. right there. I think, but I could be wrong. I think someone tried to color in that fold. What do you think?
Maybe, but like what, with a pencil?
Could be a colored pencil and not a marker. Yeah. That would be the smartest thing to do because then it won't bleed through. We used to call them matte pencils when I was in junior high, but I think they just call them colored pencils now because no one draws maps anymore. But I could be wrong. Maybe they're completely wrong. Who says that they're? I mean, it's just a bunch of 20-year-old kids grading these books. They don't know shit about anything. I mean, I guess they give them a training session. I don't know. I don't want to besmirch their wonderful company, but
I think the kid was just tracing in the line, like of the color break. He just used his pencil and traced in there.
yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, and that gave it a purple label.
Yeah, like the
Man, that's
kid.
ridiculous. But if someone had written like "Stop reading this," that wouldn't give it a purple label.
No,
It would reduce the score, but it wouldn't give it a purple label. Now that book is in great condition for something of that age. That whatever original owner kept that nice.
that's not even a chip. I thought that was a chip, but that's not even a chip right there. That's just white.
You know what that is? That's John making sketches with the marker, and I thought it was a dog breathing heavily. Is that what's going on, John?
Well, I am sketching and scrawling away here. I didn't
It
think that
it
it would
it sounds
imitate it.
it sounds exactly like a dog like panting, and
Huh.
then there's a little bit of squeaking too, like the dog is whining. And I'm thinking, John has a dog, but he's not admitting to it because clearly,
Huh.
I keep hearing a dog panting. Then I realized, no, you use a marker to do your sketches. What are
Well,
you sketching right
well,
now?
we could do a test here. Okay, I'll start in 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Well, that sounds like someone brushing their teeth. But before, I swear it sounded like a dog panting.
What's this sound like?
What is this? Can we see the sketch you're doing?
Yeah, I'm just working on the bat. I'm just rejiggering the Batman stuff.
Oh, well, hold on. Let me give you. Oh, okay. Oh, you're still adding to the Batman sketchbook.
Yeah, it's just kind of
Oh man,
mindless sketching.
Kevin, did you see this sketchbook?
I see it now. I've never seen it before.
Oh, he went through every page of it earlier. You got to rewatch it tomorrow. Yeah, I thought maybe you might have been dealing with customers during that time. Yeah, it's a fantastic sketchbook. Man,
Okay, I need to get glasses now.
why?
I think my eyes are pretty bad where I need glasses permanently.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It's we're getting to be that age. Could, could I see that our army at war with the go-go checks that was towards the bottom of that pile? I just it's
Yeah, we didn't look on the inside, did we?
no, but I want it even if I want it. I want it. I want it. Um, I definitely want those 10 cent. Those there were 3 10-cent Harveys, and And if Missing Mars, I don't know if he wanted Harvey. He said Gold Key, Dell, and Charlton. But if you're still watching Missing Mars, are you interested in Harvey too? Well, let me see that Dennis the Menace. Let me get back to you here.
Got blood on
Is, maybe it really is. What is the year on? Oh, is this 70s? Yeah, it's got to be 70s. Kid's hair is too long.
it. He'd got a paper cut.
Do you think that really is blood? You're joking. That's just grease from French
Looks
fries
like
or something.
it actually looks like blood.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, that's all right. We'll skip on that one. Yeah, that Casper I want there. And that one. This whole time I thought someone had a dog, man.
I saw a dog bounding across the driveway and like front yard here,
Yeah,
and I thought it was a fox at first.
yeah.
It was from a distance, but it was like bounding in like such a way. Um, it was really hard to identify like what kind of dog it was, but it was very like it's one of those dogs that doesn't have like a coat to speak of.
Yeah, can we see that girl from Uncle for a second? Yeah, keep going. I don't. Yeah,
Oh no, it's no, they were just like super short haired, and yeah, I guess he was just passing through. I don't. He's not really welcome here because I have cats, but
oh yeah, right. Yeah, the girl from Uncle. I have the soundtrack to the show, but I don't think I've ever seen an episode of it. It was a sequel to Man from Uncle, but it didn't last very long. It wasn't very well liked. Stephanie Powers. It's
It
just
was like
never been in
113,
syndication where I could see it.
113 degrees today.
Oh shit! It was
It's
only about 80
11.
here.
Like 11 people passed out waiting for the Trump rally.
Oh really? So he was there in what, Phoenix? Is that where he was at?
I'm not sure. I didn't hear about it until this morning. I didn't even know about it.
Oh, okay.
I still don't know about it.
That's one from about 1976. It's the next one. Well, but it's still great, unquestionably.
It's like gunpowder all over it, like a gunpowder blast.
Oh yeah, the next one is fantastic looking. Hopefully it's in good shape. Very 1966 looking. Look at that. Beautiful.
Cover's held on.
Huh?
Cover's still on. Held on good.
Yeah. April 66, that's the month I turned 1 year old. Beautiful. Yeah, definitely I would like this one in my pile. Everything's gorgeous about it. Oh, there's the ant. Look at that. And then the previous page is that anti-prejudice public service
Okay.
announcement that winds up being even more. Uh, yeah.
Oh, look at this poor dog.
Yeah.
That's cool. He's saving him. Look.
Man, whoa, that's so great. Look at all the wonderful words that they used to have in comic books. You actually had something to read and not just a bunch of giant pictures with a handful of words.
Somebody really wants to get a hold of me.
Call from what?
Cell phone in AZ or something.
Oh, in Arizona. Okay.
I mean, they just have to look on Google to see I'm closed. Oh, that's nicely held.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's a box holder saying, "Don't close my box. I'll be in."
But you've got books ranging from the Kennedy era or before, all the way up through the late 70s in this box. It's and they're all over the map, even foreign comics.
All right, good. The dog made it.
Yeah, yeah, that's important. Dogs, yeah, that's what I didn't like about what was that John Wick movie. The dog dies. No, you don't ever do that in a movie. How dare you? No, hopefully I didn't ruin the movie for anyone that hasn't seen it.
This is cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's showing all the new characters. Yeah,
You're not in if you're not reading the latest issues.
Balloon Buster. I forgot about Balloon Buster. So did I think most people. Holy smoke. You're really sketching.
That was an elephant, I heard.
How long does a marker last with you before you run out of ink? And,
Oh, I don't know. Maybe like a week or two.
okay.
Yeah, sometimes I take them apart and I'll put them like in a jar. Like I'll
Oh,
take, you know,
this
I'll bust them up and
That's
you
okay,
know,
Kevin.
take the cotton out of them and stick it in a jar and make like a wash.
Yeah. What's wrong with the weird mystery down underneath it? Did it have a chunk gone from the bottom? Or is it folded? Oh, it's just folded over. Oh,
Sorry.
that's okay. Just use some scotch tape.
no mending tape, mending tissue.
I know, but I don't. One of these days, yeah. That's one I'd love if you're not keeping it for your collection. Um, uh, that's my time period, the 20th era. I love that look, the color on the logo there. Look at that. Unbelievable. It just really pops. Do you get a headache from the marker fumes?
No, no.
You're not using like magic markers with the real intense smell? Ooh, boy, the
No.
cover is real bad on that, isn't it?
It's barely hanging on, yeah.
Yeesh. That's, yeah,
It's there,
maybe,
but
maybe not. Maybe I should wait. I don't know. But maybe not. Yeah, I used to get headaches from magic marker fumes. Oh boy. Yeah, Yeah, that's when they're promoting bringing back Captain Marvel.
Ooh, Bat Island. That sounds cool.
So this is 1972 we're looking at here. I think maybe late 1972, probably.
It's a really cool title.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Kevin, you got to go back and look at his Batman sketchbook. Um, there's real potential with John and Batman, I think.
Hmm.
What is that? A Kiss comic book? What is that?
Is that half
Oh, it's
price
for,
book?
yeah, they got it for a quarter, half price books.
McFarlane or somebody?
Uh,
Oh, it's Clayton Crane did the pencils.
hmm. Who's he?
He's that artist that stole that guy's wife recently.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Jimmy Olsen.
Is that held together? Is that in okay shape?
It's held together, but it's really badly stained. I think a bottle
Ooh.
of ketchup blew up right next to it.
Yeah, I prefer older Jimmy Olsen, but that probably is fun to read.
I think this was in somebody's kitchen for about 3 months.
Yeah, yeah.
Getting oil splashes all over it.
Yeah.
Parents probably set their coffee cup down on it.
Everyone tells me Ulrich is really good. I've never really experimented with Ulrich.
Nobody says Star Trek was pretty good.
Um, yeah, no, I just stick to the Gold Key Star Trek. That because that was on when the TV show was actually on the air and during the 70s when I was a kid. So that's the time period I like. I,
I didn't know they had foil in '85.
85? I don't know. That's some foreign comic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe they invented it over there.
No, it says 2004 in here.
Oh no, that's
That was just on this illustration copyright, maybe.
you might be able to make back the money that you spent on the box with just that Boba Fett comic. So I don't know if that's valuable or not, but it seems like the Star Wars people, you know, they're not
I
too
think Star
smart.
Wars people, they all checked out.
Oh, did they?
They're done. They're not going back to it.
Oh, because of what Disney did to it.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I'm
I mean,
proud.
they'll buy the old stuff though, right? I mean, they're still enthused about like
Uh,
old
well,
Star Wars.
I was a fan of the old stuff. Well, yeah, it just they've kind of poisoned the whole brand, but uh, I don't know how they think. Star Wars people.
Yeah.
I know that there. It seems like anything with Boba Fett or anything that looks like Boba Fett, they used to freak out about. And
It's a square bone book.
Yeah, they should have. I remember when Boba Fett was cool.
Well, he was cool because he was mysterious, and you just saw him for just a little bit, and now they've told his whole backstory, and to me that makes him less interesting.
Did he even say anything? Did he have
I
any
think he
lines?
might have had one line in Empire Strikes Back, and then they killed him at the beginning of Return of the Jedi. He really wasn't even. Is what is the deal on this statue? Are you selling that?
I just traded it today for
Oh, okay.
a Power Rangers helmet.
Oh, okay. So that's for your collection.
No, I'm gonna sell it. I think Meyer sounded like he was interested in it.
Yeah. We'll let him have first crack. If he doesn't buy it, it looks pretty cool.
If nobody buys it, it's all right. I'll keep it. Yeah.
You know what I was thinking? You know what would be cool? Would be like, those garden statues made of, cement and stone or some admixture thereof.
Yeah.
But would be like, like comic book characters. I'm thinking of, Batman in particular. But yeah, it would be like big fancy, statues like for your garden, like they would have of like nymphs or saints or whatever, except it would be, I bet that would sell.
Yeah. So they made 1,966. They thought they were all clever. Obviously a Biden voter. Well, I don't know. I guess we're keeping you from going home, Kevin. You've been closed for hours, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my phone charged up a little bit before I leave.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got Elvira Funkos. I've been waiting for like
Oh,
a
I
year.
see.
Waiting like a year for these things.
Oh, would you have like
doesn't really look like her somehow. I mean,
No, it's because Elvira's noticeable by her eyes,
yeah,
and she doesn't have round eyes like that.
right.
Yeah. What about the
She has eyes like that.
Elvira action figures you had? Did you sell out of those?
Yeah, but there's a Rainbow Pride one coming out.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's wonderful. I bet that's great.
Oh, someone was telling me that this actor, he plays in a surf movie.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the what's a famous surfing movie? Point Break or something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's that one.
Huh. Yeah. I don't know.
All right. Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, what's the story? What's his story? The actor, the surfing guy.
Oh, the guy that played in Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Jambi the genie.
I don't know his real name, but this guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was that's the story. Okay. Right. It was
That
the
was
same.
the end of the story. Yeah.
Well, he had to have done something else in his career before he passed away other than just play a genie for a year and a half.
Maybe he was a groundling at the beginning. Maybe, probably.
I think he was part of that troupe of comedians that where Cassandra Peterson came from. Yeah, I think they were all friends. Probably most of the cast of that show was. Yeah, it's just a shame, man. That was a great show, and it just got canceled immediately.
Oh, what are you talking about? Elvira's show?
No, Pee Wee's Playhouse.
Oh, okay. all right. Because Elvira had a show too.
Well, yeah, Cassandra Peterson was a good friend of Pee Wee Herman, and
Oh, okay.
she was a member of the Groundlings. I think Paul Rubens was part of that, and I think that Genie guy was too.
Right. They were always on the Letterman.
Yeah,
And then they advanced up to Carson.
yeah.
Oh, I think somebody asked what years a book was.
What year's what?
Oh, these Cobra books.
Oh, Cobra. Yeah, they're from about 1974, 75. Um,
I remember
I
seeing a
think I've
comic.
got one or two of them. I remember those.
Here's the first issue if you want to look at it. By the third issue, they had a barcode on them.
Okay, all right. Well, that's 76, I think, with that cigar band going across the tops. Maybe it's a little later than I thought.
76, you got it.
Yeah, and then 77, they went to the barcode. And that's when, ugh, it started. Yeah, I think people say it was a great comic. I can't really tell you much about it.
It was
Yeah,
short-lived.
Kirby had something to do with it, as I recall.
From a plot by Kirby.
Yeah. Well, it has him listed as one of about 4 artists, so apparently
They're
he
cheap.
got a little bit from maybe pencils.
They're cheap. They're real cheap.
Well, he was basically what, like a monster hero?
Cobra, I think he was part of a evil Spectre type organization. I could be wrong, and probably I'm just guessing. But he
But
was a hero.
he was a villain.
Huh?
He was a villain, and he had his own comic.
I know. I think maybe he converted. I'm just guessing. I just don't really know. I never really read the comic, but that Ernie Chua cover is anytime he does a cover, it's great.
Says he was the king. He was the king of evil right here.
Okay, maybe he is an evil guy, but I mean they've given bad guys comics. I just don't know. Um, I think the next one is the one I've got, but I just don't really remember much about it.
Does Meyer have this one?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
John, if you want to send you some of these, you can do some Garbage Pail Kid sketches.
Oh, yeah. I don't. Thanks for the offer, but I got a lot on my plate right now. What's? I never understood the whole concept of blank covers.
Well, you
Like,
go to a convention and you hand it to an artist and they draw something on it, and then you've got a one of a kind comic book with original art on the cover, I think is the
okay.
idea.
I guess that makes some sense.
But what that would be a better choice there, the Detective Comics with a blank cover for him. That's what John should be doing, is putting his Batman stuff, or that one doing Batman and Catwoman. Can you imagine what John would do with Batman and Catwoman? Yeah.
Oh, there's one other thing I forgot to show you guys.
When did they start doing that? The whole blank cover thing.
Yeah, that's a good question.
It actually started in. There's an EC Panic comic with a blank cover. I think that was
Yeah,
more
but
of
that
a
wasn't
joke.
meant to go to a convention with. That was just a joke. But when did they start doing the blank covers as collectibles?
But people take that Panic and get sketches on them now.
Oh, that's really stupid. Unless it's a reprint.
Now they're doing it with the real thing.
Oh, that's really stupid. So you finished your Plastic Man.
Yeah, I got the legs for him. I had to buy Green Lantern.
You had to buy a Green Lantern to get legs. Boy, these people.
But at least he has extra arms and an extra
Why
head.
does he have like some weird problem with his neck? Is that he's got a big round,
This
not
one?
there, but on the actual figure. Looks like, what has he got? What do they call it? Goiter? Where is he?
Hmm.
It's just to make.
It's just when he, okay, if you move the head forward, it doesn't look as bad. It's just the way they,
It's got like a hole there if you move it all the way back.
yeah, that looks real bad.
Hmm.
If you lean his head forward and have him looking down, then it's okay. But that's, well, most figures don't have the neck exposed. I guess most superheroes have that part of their body covered. But yeah, that's weird. That's right. He has like stockings on his legs, kind of like Robin, but this makes him look like he's barefoot.
He is barefoot, it looks like.
Okay. I thought he had cloth all over his legs in the comic from my memory.
Maybe like pantyhose on or something.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Like what? Yeah. Kind of like a Mego figure has. That's what I remember. It seems like that's the way I remember the comic, but what do I know? Nothing.
There's the whole 1 through 15.
Yeah. Oh, show him the one that your friend made with Gotham City Comics as the logo on a blank comic.
Oh, the blank comic?
Yeah. Yeah, look at this, John. His friend made a completely blank comic and it's got the Gotham City logo. So it's like a comic book, like what you're doing with a sketchbook, but you could do it in an actual comic book. You could do your art throughout an entire book. You could even make fake ads in it if you wanted. But look at this thing.
So it's completely blank.
It's a completely blank book, except it's got as its title Gotham City Comics. So
Oh, okay.
imagine all the stuff the little advertisements you do for him. You could do a whole book for him. That would probably make his year. Uh, but yeah, blank comic books seems like that would be a way to go for you. You could even do like panels, and that can create like a sequential story.
Hmm.
I don't know if that interests you. Just something to doodle in.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bad idea. Just if I was trying to familiarize myself with the format.
I just don't know if what the markers you use would bleed through the pages or not.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think the pages are a little thin.
Yeah.
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 But you can sure have fun with that cover using that logo. But on the other hand, you could just get a sticker from Kevin of Gotham City Comics and put that on anything and then work your art around that logo to create a fake cover for an imaginary Batman comic. Um, yeah, that's nice. That's got to be what is that? Probably $100 figure.
I think it's about 125 for that statue.
Oh yeah, all right. That's what I figured.
And only because I think it came out a while ago. If it was something made today, it would be like over 200 probably.
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, unquestionably.
Because statues are getting pricey now, but old ones you can still get, 125, 150.
Yeah. I don't know how people build up giant collections of these things. I guess they're very
I was
wealthy.
talking, I was talking about that earlier with a few guys that basically to be a statue collector, you're also a statue dealer
Yeah.
because you have to constantly sell them and trade them.
Is that what the incredible statue guy or whatever that hangs out with Comic Tom? Is he a dealer?
Yeah, statue Bob. Yeah, he's definitely a dealer.
What is that guy's real name? I can't remember. Um,
I like statue Bob. That's the best name I've ever heard.
yeah. He used to have just a giant collection of those statues. He'd always be unboxing them. And then he lost like 100 pounds and turned into a new person. Oh.
Was one thing related to another? I mean, like
The losing weight? No, I don't think so. He just was the guy that bought gigantic statues, like huge statues, and he'd show them. And it's like, and then he'd also collected these books called omnibus books, where they reprint like 100 issues of a comic in one book, and it makes it like the Gutenberg Bible. So a book so cumbersome that it's hard to read it. It's so everyone did everyone go away?
I mean,
Gotham
it's
City
just
Comics, his camera froze, and I guess it died.
yeah. I mean, I'm always kind of like fascinated, like people that are very intense about like doing something,
Yeah, it's
and you can see it, and you can see like the price that they've kind of paid for it over the years. Like maybe this guy was 100 pounds overweight or whatever, and you can't tell me that like doing all this collecting, all this fixating on this pursuit was not related. I mean, they are related. I mean, lifestyle is related to what you do
well,
and focus on every day, right?
yeah. Well, I'm sure people that are people that tend to get overweight usually are on the poor side, and as you get more money, then you can afford to eat better and get a dietitian to help you out, or
Um,
I don't know. It
I
seems
mean,
like
I think it's just.
much Orson Welles.
I think it just has to do with like kind of just everyday sort of habits. I mean, if you're like really focused on something like um, that's kind of mental, not like mental like crazy, but like mental that's like it takes more kind of mental energy or kind of like psychic energy, like collecting does.
Yeah.
because you have to spend a lot of hours either scouring the internet, or going to sales or going to conventions, all this kind of crap that's not kind of like integrative with a kind of a healthy with a healthy active lifestyle.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
know?
don't know. This guy probably has a lot of money from having a lot of maybe YouTube money. I mean, he's
Hmm.
one of the more popular channels, I guess, on YouTube about comic books is this Comic Tom 101 or something.
Yeah,
And
I
then
don't
he's
know.
got this
I haven't
buddy
seen the collection.
named Jim Mint Collectibles, but I was calling him Statue Bob, Comic Tom, and there's Statue Bob, and that's why we're kind of talking about him in code. But yeah, he's Jim Mint Collectibles, and he's like Comic Tom is, and then this guy is kind of seems like he's got more street cred, and he's got gold chains, and he's got all these, he used to do all these statues, and then he has these books that all cost about $150 each, and he's got his whole basement all lit with special lighting, and he's got like probably thousands of these $150 books, and all mixed with all these statues that probably cost $500-600 each, and he's
Yeah,
got lights on them all, like it's a museum, and it's like, man, this guy spent a lot of money on a lot of stuff. But yeah,
yeah,
it's that's fine. It's whatever you want to do with your money. Um, he just he just seems like kind of a hip hop guy. So I just call him Comic Bob. I hope that doesn't offend him. I don't think he will ever watch this channel. So, but
yeah. I
you're
mean, to
okay,
me,
Jim.
it just seems like the guy is like, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen this collection or seen this channel or his videos or anything, but it seems like the reason why, like you or Captain Strangeliffe or Meyer, like the reason why you guys are interesting and your collections are interesting is because you kind of like collect all kinds of stuff and all kinds of weird stuff, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with like, oh, how valuable something is or how valuable it could be. It's more just like you're just kind of like fascinated by all this like stuff, and it's all kinds of like odd stuff and like weird stuff and stuff that like it's not necessarily related, but it kind of is.
Yeah,
It's not like your collections are so like myopic.
yeah. Well, yeah. I like the actual real stuff from back then that kids accumulated in the mid-century that parents didn't necessarily like and they liked to throw away. I like to collect the stuff that parents disapproved of, the comic books, the toys, the just stuff, just what kids were into back then is fascinating to me. With that guy, Jim Mint Collectibles, I'm sure he loves all that, and I'm sure he has a love for the characters and everything. I'm not disputing that, but it kind of seems like it's more like the gold chains he wears. It's kind of like bling, 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 or whatever. It's just like, look at, I've got my fancy lights shining on all my high dollar books and my high dollar statues. I think he got rid of a lot of his statues. I
Like
think he's not.
what? Like I don't like all this like statuary. Is it from? Because I don't remember like the whole statue thing. That's like a relatively recent phenomenon. I mean, like within the past
Maybe in
20
the
years.
80s. It might have started there was some guy named Randy Bowen, I think, that there was a couple of sculptors that started maybe in the 80s or in the
Yeah,
90s that
it
were,
started blowing up in the 90s.
yeah.
So, like, I'd have to take a look at this guy's collection. I mean, for me to just kind of evaluate how interesting it is or not. I mean, for me
Well,
personally, because I mean, I
yeah.
find statuary interesting, but it would have to be like, it would have to. There'd have to be a wide range of it. There'd
Well,
have to be all kinds of like interesting stuff to look at, or
it's
from.
basically, the X-Men fighting some maybe Magneto or it's the statues are a hard thing to collect because they break so easily and they have such delicate parts and
Hmm,
it's like something that I never really wanted to really get into. It would just scared me, some things like pulps are they're 90, 100 years old in some cases, and they were printed on sheet paper to begin with, and it's just seems like a big responsibility to spend that money on something that's gradually falling apart. But
yeah,
I love the covers, and I was yeah, there's some of that stuff that's so great, the spicy mystery and the hero pulps and stuff that and there are you can get replicas of them that look beautiful from companies like Adventure House and read them and not feel guilty or scared that they're going to fall apart in your hands and stuff and
right.
and that's cool, but um I don't know, it's all moving a box here. It just yeah, just some things I just don't want to get into collecting too much, although I think they're wonderful. It just golden age comics I never thought I could afford. I always thought they were just something you had to be an older collector. Now I see that a lot of them I guess are affordable, but affordable is a relative term. I mean, it's like, oh, you can get a comic that's 80 years old, 70 years old for $50, $60, and then you think, well, that's really cheap for something that old. But then how many $60 books do you buy? And then you realize you don't have any money left for food. I mean, it doesn't
Hmm.
sound like that much, but $60 is a lot, really is a lot of money. I mean, I'm not, unless you're Nelson Rockefeller or something. Um,
Yeah, I mean, like, it tears me up, like, sometimes when I think about like the comics that I don't know what I did with them. I think I traded them away or something. I don't know what the fuck.
yeah.
But I had some good ones. And like sometimes I feel like I want to hunt them down. Like a lot of them would I could put there's a comic book shop and it's a good one. It's a well stocked one. They have lots of back issues. That is not too far away. It's like a 20-minute drive. Um, and I could spend an afternoon like trying to find like some of these old ones, and I know I could, and I would just like recognize them like right off the bat because they're sunk in some deep recess of my mind, and I could for like not that much money, I could start rebuilding that collection, but I'm like just never mind the money, just like the psychic energy that would like take out of me.
Yeah, it's
It's something to consider because I'm getting old here and I don't have that much psychic energy left.
yeah. This is the wrong time to start collecting. I mean, we're um,
If I can find something stupid like the Blair Witch Project original poster, like $1,
yeah,
that's completely different. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because I didn't even seek that out. I just kind of stumbled upon it.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the beauty of it. It's like I didn't. In one way, I did kind of like exert energy and effort to get it because this Goodwill is a place that I haunt frequently, just to find stuff or look at stuff,
Yeah.
Um, but it's kind of like, yeah, I don't know, I don't like spending money anymore. I don't get I don't get enjoyment from like buying things, you know. In fact, it's kind of the opposite for me. Go to?
I'm back. My going
Okay.
downstairs. I had to switch to a different Wi-Fi. I had to flip over.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, sounds like it's got good stuff.
What's that? Oh, that particular Goodwill. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think it has to do with just like kind of like the demographic churn in the area. You know what I mean? I think a lot of like I think a lot of like boomers are dying. You know.
What am I doing? Freezing?
Yeah, you just froze for a second, but you seem
Yeah.
better now.
Yeah.
That's a crazy ceiling you have with the mirrored ceiling.
I know. It's why I have trouble with Wi-Fi. One of the previous owners wanted to turn this place into a dance hall, and so
Huh.
they put this fancy ceiling up. But what it is the router upstairs. The Wi-Fi won't go through the ceiling, so I've got
Oh.
an extension range extender here, but it creates a problem. But oh well.
Hmm.
I I got the shadow box last weekend, and I put a bunch of Western toys in it, and then my wife
A shadow,
suggested.
shadow box. Now, what is that?
Well,
What
I
is a shadow?
guess it's a shadow box. It's just a little thing with shelves, and it
Okay.
has a little someone. It's a homemade thing. Someone built. Let me give myself full screen. Someone built a little saloon into it here.
Okay, I guess they'd call it a shadow box because it easily casts shadows.
I don't even know if this is a shadow box. It's just like I think it's probably built for people to put their beer can collection. But I put a bunch of mostly cowboy figures in it. And
Yeah,
then
it
my
looks
wife
great.
suggested that I put this Jane Russell poster above it. So I had to move it from over there, and I had to lower this morning
No, it looks
where
great.
it fit.
That
So
was a great suggestion.
and then I put these 1950s, or they're probably from the 70s, but 50s
Yeah,
style,
I used to have that very gun.
these cap guns, and there's
Yeah.
an older one, and so I put them there, and so there's cap guns there, and then so it's a full Western display. And then I used to have this out. This is not a real poster from 19. the 1940s. This is a reproduction, but it's a good reproduction. And
Yeah,
then
that's a crazy poster because it's like her bust is like really out there. And
yeah, well, the movie was made by Howard Hughes, and it was all to sell her
yeah,
as the new starlet. It was so that was the main thing. So
I liked her.
over here,
I liked
I
her in.
didn't, huh?
Remember her in Born Losers?
Born Losers, the
It was the
biker
first.
movie.
It was the first Billy Jack film before,
Oh
like,
yeah, it was a biker movie, and then Billy Jack was the sequel. Yeah, right.
yeah, it was cool because she's pretty much like playing herself. She's playing like a post-wall like stripper.
What, Jane
With
Russell
yeah,
was in that?
well,
I guess I never
she's like
saw
a
it.
kind of like a not well, she's a woman that has used she's a divorcee. She's gone through a few men to accumulate her whatever she's got in the world. It's the character she plays. It's kind of interesting when you
Yeah,
know
I
it's like where does real life start, and where does kind of like when people become their characters, and their
yeah.
characters kind of become them.
Well,
you know
Jane Russell, I don't know the politics of Marilyn Monroe. I kind of figure she was probably a liberal if she's marrying, writers like that. God damn, that hurt. I was swinging my phone charger around and it hit my leg.
ah,
But no, but Jane Russell was very intelligent woman, and she was really ultra conservative. So that's about all I
ultra
know about her.
conservative.
Oh,
Interesting.
yeah, she was very, yeah. If she was still alive, she'd be on the Trump train. So anyway, where that outlaw poster was here, and in place, I moved this. It's like a Dracula poster,
Mm,
except since it's made during World War II. John Carradine, instead of playing Dracula, plays a Nazi.
yeah.
So it's a Hitler's Madman, but see, it's just like a Dracula movie. You
Mm,
just picture a vampire there and Dracula's brides. So
yeah.
it's like a historical World War II piece, and it also is like kind of a vampire horror movie thing. So I've
Right.
got that up there, and then I've got these Vampirella figures and some Aurora model kits, and then the lady from the 1932 Mummy movie here, and so
I don't.
the
I don't think I ever saw the Mummy, the 32 Mummy.
oh, it's great, it's a very very cool looking movie. And then then I had to move this. I need to put it somewhere. You'd like this. It's a shadow box made by I think it was made by a seventh grader, and the art teacher gave it to me. And it's let me get it in some
Oh yeah,
light.
yeah, I've seen this one. Yeah, this
You've
is.
seen it. It's like
I don't know if
incredible.
I don't know if I've seen this one.
I don't know any other one I've got, but it's just look at the weird detail in it.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
So I need to hang it somewhere. Look at that. It's just like that looks like something you would have done, you know. And they've
Yeah,
decorated it with all kinds of stuff. So I need to hang that somewhere, maybe
yeah.
upstairs.
I gotta show you this thing. It's on another floor. I'll run and get it because you got me thinking about the mummy. I actually got two things that are kind of mummy related. So just hang tight, man. I'll be right back.
Okay, that's cool. My wife's saying that she turned into a born again Christian and sang in a gospel quartet. I didn't know about that. I also watched a video about her last night. Wow, that's weird. Okay, well, she likes the poster being there. That's good. She's off work, so I really need to sign off here pretty quick, but I want to see what John's going to show us um, next week. Well, we had a pretty cool show tonight. We had Meyer on, and Kevin from Gotham City Comics. Captain Strangeliffe said he was going to come on, but I guess he's busy moving, so he wasn't able to make it. And I contacted Night Tiger, and he was busy working, so was probably on the road. And I don't know. Who knows who will come on next week on the Dum-Dum celebration on Thursday nights? Perhaps you will come on.
Yeah, so this is check this guy out, man. He's pretty cool.
Pretty good. What's he singing? Where do you buy that?
There's this
How the fuck do I not own that?
There's this thrift store.
Yeah, this thrift store is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he won't shut up. You can't turn it off. That's the problem. You gotta like bust out the batteries.
It sounds like G.G. Allen or something.
You know what's really fun though is when the batteries start dying, and he starts running down.
Oh yeah.
And he starts sounding really scary. He starts really sounding like G.G. Allen. But
and there was this music snob I used to know. He died unfortunately in a driving one of those mod scooters in the Dallas traffic, which would not be a wise thing. But anyway, he was all into all kinds of music. Well, he one time he says, "Well, lately I've been listening to ancient Egyptian funeral music," and I'm thinking, how do you know what ancient Egyptian funeral music sounded like? How do we know what music from an ancient culture sounded like? That doesn't even make any sense. We could assume what it might sound like based on maybe hieroglyphics where people are playing instruments, and you think, well, they have these kind of instruments, but it's like I don't think we have sheet music from ancient Egypt.
Dude, this she doesn't sing or dance around, but she's pretty cool. Check her out.
Is that from the same thrift store?
Actually, yeah, it is. Not everything in that thrift store is Egyptian themed, but
I know, but this is incredible what you found there.
Yeah,
I never find stuff like this.
Yeah, it's cool, huh? I mean, it's just basically a paperweight. It doesn't really do anything. But...
No, it looks cool.
Yeah. I just gotta find the right spot for it. So meanwhile, it'll sit here on the desk, hanging out.
Well, gosh.
So you've been at it for a while, man. You might want to shut it down. It's
my wife's wondering if that is from the 20s.
No, it's not from the 20s. It's this is a something that was recent. A recent artist did this. It had some kind of signature on it. It had like a date and a signature on it, but it was like from I don't know, 1999 or something. So it's faux. It's faux Art Nouveau.
Do you live in a college town?
No, it's not. I mean, there are some colleges nearby. There's Connecticut College. There's UConn.
Yeah.
So there's like a college kind of influence, I guess you could say.
Sometimes when you live near a college town, the professors will sell very weird, eccentric stuff. They'll get rid of stuff and books, and you'll wind up finding very eccentric and cool stuff
Right.
that you would never find in a smaller town in a just a thrift store.
Sure.
That's why I asked. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I probably need to end it. Although my wife's saying, remember, you don't have to work tomorrow, but she's off work. So, I usually end it at 11,
Yeah.
my time. But,
Sure.
so,
Oh, I gotta send you a postcard. But in the postcard, everything in it is like old because it's stuff we've already covered tonight. Like I was gonna say, oh, you gotta check out this Batman sketchbook I did. I wrote that in a
oh,
postcard, which I'm
oh
gonna
no,
send.
is it already on the way to me?
I gotta get to the post office and I gotta get a postcard stamp because I got
Yeah.
no postage here. So that
I,
might, I don't know how long that's going to take. That might take a week or two because I'm kind of a
well,
shut in at the moment.
I might have to commission you doing Batman beating up, maybe Batman and Robin beating up the Joker, or or Batman with Catwoman or something. I think
All right.
that would look wonderful on a wall. Because
Um,
to me, you're just as great a Batman artist as any of the any of the greats in Batman history. That
oh, thank you. That's very flattering.
no, that book was fantastic.
Oh, glad you like it. Glad you like
Anyone that doesn't agree has got some screw loose.
it.
Ugh. So, oh my gosh. Anyway, sorry I abandoned you on the show last night. That was my
Oh,
phone's problem, but it's my
yeah.
fault for not having the
No,
cord
I should
feeding
have.
electricity into it.
I should have kept on going and carried it. I mean, I've seen people that are able to do that. Because I just don't appear on camera that much. I don't stream that much or anything. Like this is the only place where I do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I just wasn't up to I wasn't
No,
up
it's
to
weird.
that.
It's weird not to have feedback because you really don't even know, am I really broadcasting? Then, it's all right. Yeah, Meyer's been used to my camera screwing up, and then all of a sudden he has to wing it for 20 minutes.
No,
So
he's good at it. He's an old hand.
yeah, but yeah, that's great. I'm so glad you came on tonight, and I got to see all that fantastic art you've been doing, and then I swear I thought you had a secret dog, and it turned out you've been sketching the whole time, and
Yeah.
it sounded like a dog panting.
I
And
don't I
I
don't know why it would come through so strong because unless this mic is just really good. I'm just
it's a
using the
good mic.
built-in mic on this
Yeah,
Chromebook.
yeah, they have really good mics built into all of our equipment. And it's not
Yeah.
just so that we have great sound, it's so they can listen to us and hear everything we do, whether the computer or phone is turned on or off. Not to be conspiratorial, but yes, the microphones are getting really good as we get more and more into George Orwell's America. Although his
Yeah.
was really George Orwell's Britain, but it's the same thing. Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
just think of all the like processing power that goes into like spying on us, you know?
Yeah, and this cell phone that I'm on here probably is a more powerful computer than what supposedly got us to the moon in 1969. It's just all the giant rooms filled with giant machines with whirring magnetic tape
Mm.
is all. It's nothing compared to what's just in the average smartphone, I think.
Yeah. I don't even know how to use my phone, you know? I mean, I'm not, uh, you know, I'm not ancient, you know? I don't have the excuse of being like 90 years old or something. And
Yeah.
even like most 90-year-olds, they know how to use their stupid phones. Like they know how to do it.
Well, no, not necessarily. My wife
I,
is saying send the postcard anyway. It's going to be read anyway. And then My wife says it was loud. If you go back and listen, you'll see how it sounded like there was a chained dog clanking a dish and even barking. LOL.
That's so weird.
Or, yeah, or something chained up. You know, maybe you had a person chained up in your house.
Yeah, that would be
It,
something.
Silence of the Lambs.
I would have a person chained up here, but that sounds like a lot of maintenance, man.
Yeah, it's too expensive, right?
Uh, yeah, and yeah, just the care and you know.
Oh boy. Man, I'll tell you. Well, that's great. I guess I'll do a quick stream with Kevin tomorrow afternoon to help him put together a stack for Missing Mars and maybe a couple of things for me. And if you want to pop on, it'll probably be early afternoon tomorrow. And
Yeah,
then if you want to pop on tomorrow,
with me, you never know because I'm just
and then I've got
I'm
a
doing this and I'm doing that, and like wherever the whims of the day take me, just so long as I stay like so long as I stay like semi focused on like what it is I'm supposed to be doing,
yeah.
then I have a large latitude to kind of like F around or not F around
Yeah.
here or there or any because you just never know. So
So
if
what
I
are you,
dis- if I disappear for a couple of weeks,
Hmm.
don't take it personal. And
No, you're probably doing some great animation. What are you planning on
yeah.
animating tomorrow?
Am I gonna do some animating? Yeah, there's some stuff that I need to do outside because I'm doing some outside stuff. And today was kind of a crap day for it because it was like raining this morning and it was just very wet, and I didn't feel like getting all full of mud. So today was kind of a washout, but tomorrow I got to do some stuff. Then I got to take it in and I got to process it. So I like having it like a kind of an indoor and outdoor aspect of my work right now, like during the summer, because during the winter I'm really shut in,
Yeah.
So might as well take advantage of the sun while I can.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right,
Well, I
Ken.
guess I'm gonna run, and it's been great seeing you, John, and everybody else out there, and I'll see you guys real soon.
It's been a
All right,
blast.
take care, everybody. Bye.
Ciao.